Hey, yeah, no, I mean, if you are awake, within like 8 hours of right now, I'm probably live Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. Because I stream like 8 to 16 hours. Although 10 to 14 hours is what I've been saying, but it's more 10 to 16 hours is actually more accurate. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. So I meal prep 3 meals and just. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I've been doing this work from home thing longer than most people. So, okay, so we need food stat. So what we're gonna do? I'm going to make a. First off, let's actually just jump up here and gather food. There's nothing really to gather right there. Great. Let's go down here. You're gonna plant plump helmets. You're gonna plant plump helmets. You're gonna plant plump helmets. And guess what? You're gonna also plant some plump helmets. And in case you're sick of them, don't worry. We're making another one so you can plant more plump helmets. You work 40 hours a week and you have barely energy left. So you need to keep in mind that I've been streaming on Twitch for 9 years. Previously, I used to stream, like 7 days a week, and I would do about 6 to 10 hours a day. Then, at the beginning of 2020, that started to impact my ability to be human. So I cut it down to 5 days a week, where I was taking Monday, or, what days was I taking off? Shit. I was taking Mondays and Fridays off. Yeah, so I'd work the weekend, and then I'd do Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And that was also messing with me because I also record a podcast on Friday. So Friday kind of stopped being a day off. And then Monday ended up just being YouTube editing day because I do YouTube stuff as well. So it kind of just messes it up. And when I stream, I usually stream for about 10 hours anyway, so I don't really do much in the evenings. So quite literally all I do, and I've only been doing this schedule for about a month now, but it's the happiest I've been in probably about 2 years. Quite literally all I do is I just meal prep 3 days worth of food, and then I just stream for 3 days. I know another person who's done this exact schedule for about like 6 years, and she loves it. And so I'm trying it, and so far it's been pretty damn good. Because I have time to do everything, and Friday ends up being podcast and YouTube and some editing day, and then Saturday I will do maybe some YouTube stuff, and then I can spread my YouTube stuff over like 3 kind of easy days, and so I basically end up feeling like I have a 3-day weekend now. But like, how often do you just sit down and play video games and talk to your friends all day? Yeah, that was before I was like diagnosed with type 1 diabetes and like had to give myself injections based on the amount of like exercise I do and eat food, so like I can't really like just do 80 push-ups on command anymore. I realize like it's kind of an anticlimactic bummer compared to what I used to do, but it just kind of is what it is. All right, so we need a butcher shop. How long have I played DF? How long have I played DF, or how long have I played DF? Because I've played DF probably since about 2017, but I've played DF since about 2009. The first time I installed the game was 09. But I didn't really get good or even like remotely decent at the game until about 2017. Also, are you actually a spiky-haired freak? All right, let's slaughter that bull. Let's slaughter that yak. Let's slaughter that yak and that horse. That'll give us enough food to get through this. And then we can name some dwarves once we solve this food issue. Oh, well, that's a disappointment. But, I was just curious. All right, one of these dwarves gets to be our manager. I think I'm just going to give to Bass Relic. They can have that thrown once it gets placed. There we go. We have enough meats to get by now. Yeah. I hope you show up here too. We're gonna need you. we are going to need you. Because this is becoming a haunted cavern fort pretty rapidly. Go, so all that's been built. This is now my manager. So now I can start moving stuff down to the bottom. We can get rid of this. The problem is we are going to need to venture back out into the outer world. So what I think I'm going to do is we are going to go down here. We're going to make a raising bridge. Actually, we're going to go up here, and we're going to make a raising bridge. Let's just... Can I... Guess we could actually go over... Get wood from over there. Trying to debate as to whether or not I actually want to go out into the outer world again, currently. How did you kill an angel? We raided the site where they were located. Is how you killed it. Okay, so let's... Well, actually... You're gonna do that. You're gonna do that. You're gonna do that. We're gonna try and block all of the flow of water through here before we go outside. We're gonna do that. Do that. That. You're going to do that. You're going to do that. You're going to do that. And you are going to do that. Nope, not that. You are going... Actually, no, I have to do that shit. Then we're gonna do this, 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 this. Fortunately, in the current version of the game, FPS death is not really a huge issue. I mean, the majority of the things that can cause really bad frame rates in DF are fixable, if you're smart about it. So if you know some tricks and know what to look for and how to diagnose problems with the frame rate, which isn't too difficult, you can generally unfuck a frame rate doomed fort, which is pretty... But that becomes up to the player at a point, right? And like it becomes a knowledge game instead of a like just a normal skill cap game that a lot of people are used to. A lot of people are just like, oh, you know, like if I just do better, then like we'll win naturally, but it's kind of not the case for Dwarf Fortress, so. I try to avoid referring to it as FPS death these days, just because, like, it is largely avoidable. But you do still have to be smart about it. All right, so this is going to be filled in with that. You're going to be filled in with that. You're going to be filled in with that. You're going to be a wall piece right there. 2 right there. This, demolish you. Dig into this wall right here and there. Yeah. I mean, the majority of FPS problems that are caused for people are either things getting stuck, something overbreeding, or just poor layouts and pathing. That's usually the cause of it. Which I know, like, kind of doesn't really help a lot of people. Horsehair is fighting. Right. To mangle the horsehair. I think we already did. So what we're gonna need to do, this is very much a everything that dies is resurrected biome. I need to make a room back here. And I need rock mechanisms, 30. Vengeful Squirrel. Welcome back for a second month. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Vengeful Squirrel coming back for a second month? Okay, dude. Cheers. We need a body disposal room. We also need beds. Because everything is resurrecting. It's not instant, but everything resurrects. Horse skin is doing it now. Bonk. There goes the horse skin. Fortunately, we are seemingly able to kill them pretty quickly. Well, at least our dwarves are racking up kills. So, let's make a raising bridge. We're in here. I will name these extra dwarves, but like I kind of want this fort to be not self-sufficient, but like stable before I do that. You're gonna be plump helmets. 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 Okay. I mean, you need that in DF, especially in a resurrecting biome, which this is. So it's a resurrecting haunted biome. So every dead piece of everything, including butcher shops, resurrect, which is why we're getting attacked by horse skin, horsehair, you know, all of that funness. Funness, Mr. Tumness. Masonry. What are your skills? Oh, you're an adequate sword dwarf. Ooh. This dwarf's from the previous fort, so. Destroy building. Not what I need you to do, but okay. Also, Attack of the Horsehair sounds like a kid's cartoon. What building are you destroying? I know what you just did. But how you doing today, Squirrel? Hope things are well. Lever. And we're going to make a room in here, which is a garbage dump. I'm gonna go to orders, and we're gonna go to refuse. And dwarves dump corpses. Dwarves dump skulls. Dwarves dump bones. Dwarves dump shells. Dwarves dump skins. Dwarves dump hair and wool. And dwarves dump other. No, we'll keep other, because I think that's, like, important stuff. Which means they should go grab all of the bits and pieces, put them in there. There we go. So now they will just automatically dump all of the body parts in there. Where are you at, if I can ask? Demersis, because that sounds like a lot of snow. I mean, that is a lot of snow. Maybe not a lot, but like definitely enough. An eagle is... A normal-ass eagle is fighting? I love the fact that there's just, like, turkey heads wandering around. Right, I think I asked you that the other day. Damn, yeah, that's not bad. I mean, what's the weather outside right now? It's like, it was like sunny today. It's like pretty nice today, actually. It's wet and heavy? Oh, that's oof. It is currently. Yeah, today it's mostly cloudy, like with a high of 11C, but tomorrow it's supposed to snow, and the day after it's supposed to rain and thunderstorms, so, you know, that's cool. Fun! We're not quantum stockpiling anything. I am, however, dumping stuff on the dead. This isn't how you make quantum stockpiles. You make quantum stockpiles with a minecart and one tile of track and a stop. So you can actually organize them. This is just dumping. Dumping is just, is like, because quantum stockpiles, like the whole point of it is they need to be organized, right? These are not organized. These are just me putting shit everywhere. Trash crusher. I'm also going to make you into my bookkeeper. Pass relic. I get all counts accurate. I want to know what's in my inventory. Yeah, we're atom smashing the bodies. I mean, I don't feel like fighting with every single piece of horsehair that decides to become living again, so. It's going to be real fun when forgotten beasts start resurrecting. That's the, like, even I, like, have to, like, nervously laugh at that a little bit because, like, that's going to happen. You know what's funny is people complain about the weather out here. Like, they like, locals around here are like, man, it rains too much. Why do I live here? It's like, because there isn't 7 feet of snow outside, maybe? Just a thought. Have I survived hell? Yes, many times. Hello, J-Biz. Hello, how is you? Kind of screwed this up. Let's just demolish this one real quick. Let's go all the way across here with slate blocks, slate blocks, slate blocks, slate blocks. I actually flooded hell with an ocean once, which was fun. That was a while ago, though. That was like 2 years ago now. Although, like, because the way hell works, it's not like it actually flooded hell, like all the water just vanishes in the glowy bits, but it was still very satisfying, like draining an ocean. It was like, we were definitely dying. And I had like an ocean right there, and I was like, you know what? I can just like flooded hell for a few seconds. It's quite amusing. Although I would argue that this fort so far has been more hellish than hell. Just because it is so fucking wet. Oh, that's not what I'm saying, the wrong thing. There we go. If you can come up with it, I've probably done it or at least tried it and decided I don't want to do it again. Peaches. That makes a lot more sense. Millions of peaches. Peaches for me. Millions of peaches. Peaches for free. Cool. I have a fortress called Long Death that is 386 years old, not 91. It's the year 391. So 386 years old, in which I've done basically everything except for kill hell. Without being a warmonger. We're not at war with anybody. But constructions-wise, we've done basically everything. Millions of peaches. Peaches for me. Millions of peaches. Peaches for free. Peaches come from a can. They were put there by a man in a factory. See. The best presidents of the United States of America. It's your job to keep wetlands intact? Really? What kind of job is that? I'm just an idiot who plays video games on the internet. I don't know nothing about anything. That's the line. In a factory downtown. That's... I haven't listened to that song in a minute. I literally have it on vinyl, though, so I have no excuse to not know those lyrics. I just don't listen to that record every day. It's kind of like a middle of the summer exclusive. Biologist. Oh, that's a job for a smart person. Unlike me. I just, like I said, play video games on the internet. That's awesome. Hey, Darren. What up? Good afternoon. Hope you as well. All right. We're kind of past the worst of it, I think. All right. You. Pull the lever! Bonk. Pull the lever! Scrunch. Pull the lever! All right. The garbage masher. Don't go stand there. That's the suicide button, you idiot. All right. Pull the lever! Okay, sweet. Now, we're pretty much good to go. All right, so we have, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 dwarves in the fort that don't have a name. So if you would like a dwarf, let me know. We don't have a ton of options for jobs. But after we name people, we're going to be venturing back out onto the surface and attempting to acquire more wood for the underground. What's out on the surface? Just a bunch of turkeys. At least those aren't hard to kill. Like, we can absolutely just run out there and kill a bunch of fucking turkeys. You're not that smart. You spent 4 years in uni debt for a low-paying job. At least you love your job. Oh, that's fantastic. I mean, like, I worked for McDonald's night shift 9 years or 8 years, and started streaming 3 years after I started doing that, and eventually made streaming into a low-paying job. But I have a really cool job now, so I can relate. Although I'm not in debt. A legendary boyer who's probably going to end up captain of the military because they were in my previous fort. They made an artifact in that fort. A engraver, a blacksmith, furnace operator, metal crafter, wood crafter, siege engineer who's actually a mechanic, and a doctor. Do I intend to have an active military? We're in a haunted fort. And not yet, but I need to figure out what kind of metals are further down. So we have to go down. I don't know what kind of military yet until I find out what metals we have. I have a blacksmith, sure. But this is the fifth, I guess technically because one of them died. 5th fort in this world that I'm building. And the current, well, actually, hold on. The current goal for this fort is to wipe this goblin civilization off of the map and then eventually work our way back in here and build another fort. This is where our faction lives, and kill this, this necromancer tower. That is the current, like, overarching goal, but also looting vaults while we're at it. So, but if you would like the blacksmith you up. Zephon, aka Spiky Haired Freak. I feel like I'm insulting you. She feels funness. Wow, you know, this dwarf is like shockingly happy considering how awful this fort is. Anyway, you feel fondness in speaking with an acquaintance in euphoric due to inebriation. I don't have either, so I can't give you either of those. Also, I guarantee you I'm not going to have hunters or mark swarves because we're in a resurrecting haunted biome. So the last thing I need is idiots running around outside and then, idiots running around outside and then shooting arrows at things, letting them bleed out, and then them being resurrected and then dying. Yeah, that's not good. We're strict policy, no fishing, no hunting in this fort. Maybe mark dwarves, but I don't know what I would use them for because mark dwarves aren't very effective against zombies. So probably just hammers or swords, spears maybe. Like I'm scared of any kind of dead bodies being around is gonna be an issue. Anyway, chat, can I get a round of beers? Just type in the word beer or it's a vegan fort. I mean, no, we'll be right. I mean, we'll have eggs. A pescatarian. There you go. But yes, it's reanimating, so we'll have to be scared. We'll have to be careful. How about you dual wield shields and just walk around like double curb stomping people. Wrestlers with 2 shields are my favorites. Won't swords create undead bits? Yes, but bits of things not very strong. So the last time I had a fort in a reanimating biome, I had 2 squads with adamantine swords, and they just like would maul through an entire goblin army, and then they would all resurrect and they'd go back over top of the goblin army, and then they would resurrect again and they'd go back over top of the goblin army and get like every single dwarf in those squads had like 500 kills. It was ridiculous because like once something is mangled, it doesn't resurrect, right? So if something becomes a small piece, then they don't resurrect. However, there is one caveat to that. Certain types of hair can't be mangled. So you can kill them, but they'll resurrect again. But I'm not too worried about swords creating lots of small bits. I'm more worried about ineffective bolts and such. Anyway, you have many friends in the fortress, and you worship Nakor, who is the birth of yearlings, a deity of the Crimson Pulley, which is the faction that we've been playing for like 34 episodes or something on my YouTube channel now. With this fortress, and often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with creation, birth, and rebirth, and death. That's a very fitting, god for this faction, and this space even. You're a casual worshiper. You're 84 years old, born on the 16th of Obsidian in the year 96. Her hair is clean shaven, and she has a prominent chin. Her eyelashes are extremely long, and her dark peach skin is slightly wrinkled. Also, seriously, thanks for the sub, dude. And her her skin is slightly wrinkled. Her somewhat broad ears are somewhat splayed out. Her hair is black with a touch of gray, and her eyes are heliotrope. She likes solvite, silivite, pig iron, resin opal, clear glass, and sheep's wool, jute fabric, and the color lemon. Lemon's a color, I guess you like minions. Although minion yellow is a specific type of yellow. Anyway, you like crossbows, crowns, and buckets, and addermen for their warning hisses. It's supposed to come in tomorrow. Good luck. Didn't Krug Smash have an immortal head in one of his runs? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen everything he's done, and I also can't remember everything I've watched. I have a habit of watching Krug Smash stuff really stoned. So I have, like, a memory like a sieve when it comes to his videos. With the exception of, like, Honeystoker and Monster Killer, because I've seen those ones multiple times, so they're, like, burned into my brain. Anyway. It's okay if you still have a beard. Girl dwarves in this world and in my worlds don't have beards because I haven't changed that setting and don't intend to, because it, like, I don't know, just doesn't fit in my headcanon, I guess. If you would like me to give you a different dwarf, I can give you a different dwarf. I can give this one to Bastet, and she'll be happy with that. Yeah, I don't generally care. I just give people whatever. But you also didn't specify, so that's on you. But if you would like me to swap you out for a different dwarf, let me know. Then I could give this one to somebody else. You like silivite, iron, resin opal, and clear glass. Sheep's wool and jute fabric, and the color lemon. I mean, I guess... Sorry, I can make a bad joke out of that. Crowns and buckets and addermen for their warning hisses. And the sight of the Velvety Queen, and when possible prefers to consume creepy crawler. Really? That's a new one. And white spotted puffer. And lychee wine. And you absolutely hate brown recluse spiders, but you like to eat literal creeping hands. Creepy crawlers are like, you know those giant spider hands that everybody hates in Elden Ring? They're those, but like, they're a vermin, so they're like tiny versions of those. You like to eat hands. She personally thinks the entire concept of sacrifice for others is disgusting. Wow. And strongly believes peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Respects the law and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of raising a family. She only feels strong cravings or urges. She rarely only feels strong cravings or urges. And, only rarely, I'm reading those two words backwards. Only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and is moved by art and natural beauty. Is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. Doesn't focus on material goods and is trusting. She tries to get things done She doesn't try to get things done perfectly. I'm missing words left and right. This is bad. And tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. She enjoys the company of others and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time. And doesn't really care about anything anymore. Well, I mean, that's good. We'll make you a Magma Forge soonish. Does anybody else want a dwarf? Who hasn't had one today? All right. Hubba-dubba-da. Phineas and Madunho. Okay. Any preferences? Give you anything. Anything. Well, in that case, I'll wait for the first baby to join the fort and give that to you. Not a single request? Okay. We'll give you this. Okay. M-E-B-Z-U-T-H. Mebzuth is Doctor. Yes. You have a lover named Gashud, who doesn't live here. And you worship Deller Diamondcrest the Mountainous, who is a female deity of our faction and is associated with mountains. And you say recently, I saw a dwarf recite the accidents, or the accents and the rancor. What? Rancor? I think I uninstalled that Star Wars mod. No, this is a different install. You'll die before you reach your dreams. I'm sure you'll be fine. She feels fondness when talking with an acquaintance and is delighted after watching a performance. You are romantically involved with Geshud, who doesn't live here. And you're 119 years old, born on the 1st of Granite in the year 61. Her heliotrope eyes have very large irises, and she has a prominent chin. Her small-lobed ears are extremely tall, and her very long hair is braided. Rancor, bitterness, resentfulness, and especially long-standing. Wait, really? Like, that's the definition of that word? All right. I mean, all seriousness, there is a mod for this game called Jawa Fortress, which just adds 1,000,000,001 droids and, like, random, like, ATSTs and shit to Dwarf Fortress. Like, dragons are, like, these weird, like, flamethrower speeder things, and ATSTs and ATATs. Like, ATATs are bronze colossi. And Forgotten Beasts are hilarious because it's like, it's the arm of this droid with the leg of this droid with, like, the body of this thing. So, you know, it's a mess. But it's real fun having a bunch of Jawas with, like, zappy sticks, like zappy sticking and AT-AT. Anyway, her heliotrope eyes have very large irises, and she has a prominent chin. Her small-lobed ears are extremely tall, and she has a long, braided hair. Her nose bridge is slightly convex, and her hair is gray with some black, and her skin is dark peach. She likes native copper, bismuth, and topaz, and cats for their aloofness, and when possible prefers to consume bumblebee and date wine. I'm assuming you can catch bumblebees in, like, traps. I've never done it, but... You like to date wine and eat bumblebee. But Transformer. She personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities somebody can have, and values family, and values a harmonious existence. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. She is frequently depressed after experiencing trauma in 177. You are absolutely from my previous fort. And she tends to be passive in discussions and lives a fast-paced life, and she has a greedy streak. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and likes a little excitement now and again. We're gonna get a lot of that here. And she prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She is quick to form negative views about things she's quick to form negative views about things, and she tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Fair. She can handle stress, and she can occasionally overindulge. She often touches others during conversations when she's excited, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Who else wanted one? Madunho. No demands. Okay, you can be our engineer. Dishmob can be UDINHO. You're also a lady, and you feel so good, apparently. You're euphoric to inebriation. You have, like, almost no bad thoughts. Considering, like, we have no beds in this fortress. These dwarves are all, like, weirdly happy. This version of the game is so easy moods-wise, it's, like, not even... like, once we, like, just get away from the constant respawning zombies on the surface, it's like, oh, we're fine. Just hide from the scary shit, and we all goo. Good. Her heliotrope eyes have large irises, and she is 85 years old. Her teeth are crowded, and she has a high, squeaky voice. That's very common, and I think it's very funny. Like, all of these dwarves are like Captain Toad, and it's just great. They're like, I am just really up here! She has a prominent chin, and her ears are extraordinarily broad. Okay, so I'm imagining, like, a combination of Captain Toad and Quark. Which is a very amusing visual right now. Her dark peach skin is wrinkled, and her head is somewhat broad. Her hair is black with a touch of gray. Madunho likes native platinum, brass, crystal opal, and the color rust. Maces and trousers, and traction benches and catapult parts, and cats for their aloofness. I'm glad we don't have any cats in this fort right now. And the sound of the sparkles of aquamarine, and the sight of the embraces of lathering, and when possible prefers to consume sea serpent, cherry wine, and absolutely hates oysters. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind during a debate. regardless of its merits. She cracks easily under pressure, and she is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. We need more like you, perhaps a bit foolhardily. She is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she has an active sense of humor. She could be considered rude, and she is eager to learn, and she tends to think before acting, and she taps her feet constantly when she's nervous, and when she gets excited, when she gets excited, it's easy to tell because she drums her fingers. And and she begins to talk rapidly. And when she's angry, and she begins to talk rapidly when she's angry. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. You'll take anything. So I know that you said that you wanted to be in the military, preferably, right? If you're not picky about military, this person is going to start a new squad with metal armor. So you can name your squad if you like. But Bambul was a military dwarf in my previous fort. Bambul. Is that an I or an L? Iwugil, I think is how you say that. I actually haven't said your name yet. But you're also married to Madunho, by the way. So say hello to your wife. And you also worship Deller, the god of mountains. And you say, it's such a joy to be with people. You are 80 years old, born on the 14th of Slate in the year 100. Her hair is wavy, and her very long sideburns are braided. She has his hair is wavy, and his very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very long hair is tied in a ponytail. He has a grating and raspy voice. He has a grating and raspy voice. Okay. His lips are thick, and his somewhat tall head is extraordinarily broad. Damn, they all look like Quark. He has a prominent chin and heliotrope eyes that are slightly close set. His ears are somewhat broad, and his hair is black with a touch of gray, and his dark peach skin is slightly wrinkled. He personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Mood, and doesn't care about art one way or another. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Do you just want to be Woogie? Because I could just, like, cut it down if you want. Your name was taken? Here, I'll just give you Woogie. He's quick to form negative views about things, and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he is slow to anger. He tries to keep things orderly and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He enjoys the company of others, and he isn't given to flights of fancy. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Boom. That's it. We good. And that turkey hen head is still fighting. Oh, that's too amusing. All right. I think that was everybody who wanted dwarves. Yeah, I still have some left if other people want some, but let's finish sealing this off if we can. So, ooh, kind of can't do that. So I'm going to put ceilings above all of this. Check on the booze level. You're harvesting plants. Perfect. You're all praying and chanting. Okay, I've got no plants to brew into drinks, apparently. So I need to wait for them to bring mushrooms down here. But yeah, we're going to have to do a little bit of irrigating down here. See what's up on the surface right now. We also need to let the outpost liaison leave at some point. Who's just kind of stuck in here right now. Make a rock armor stand. Look at that, they're dancing. Chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. If you don't know how, just type in ! tickets and then the number that you would like to invest. Invest all doesn't work. And also just thanks for the follows and the subs today, guys. Cheers. Hey, Ranfield. You're doing well. Get that armor stand. Rock table. 30. Rock throne. 30. Try and make a nicer tavern. Okay, so I think that dwarf's gonna go become a axe dwarf probably. But I need to have at least like one good military dwarf for this fort. At least one. So we're going to seal this thing off so that we will have safe access through this whole stairwell and entry into the fort without any chance of like creatures attacking us through here. If we can pull that off, we will be in a pretty good spot. All right. There we go. We got some stuff we can brew into drinks. Also, don't worry too much about not having a lot of hours in this stream, like, just for reference's sake. I've got a couple hours. And, my mom probably has more hours than you. You ever have that moment in like living in an apartment building where you swear that somebody just knocked on your door, but you're not sure if somebody knocked on your door or if somebody just knocked on your neighbor's door? I have that feeling right now. Where I knock, and I'm like, the fuck? I am waiting on some stuff, so I'm gonna go take a peek because it might have just been a very sheepish delivery guy knock. Oh, hey, Springs arrived. Sad face. No delivery. I'm waiting on 2 records, but hopefully we'll be arriving soon. Fuck. Oh, no. You lose a bunch? Good win, Phineas. Yeah, man. And Darren. Damn. It is spring. It's time to spring for joy. Put a spring in your step. All right. I'm trying to like only have one major threat at a time. So once I'm done sealing this... Durians! Look at that. It's panicking. Well, that's kind of terrifying. I don't think they can actually get... Oh, nope. They can get into the fortress. I was about to say, I don't think they can get into the fortress. No, they can get into the fortress. Did anybody just die? I hope not. Well, there's a durian fighting. If it resurrects, we're then gonna have... Man, this thing's going at 75 billion miles an hour. Okay, durian is dead. Remove the durian. No, not the fruit. Well, I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that. D-R-U-N. Dunrian? Maybe? Hey, Lumpy. I haven't seen Peter in a while. I think he's been off Twitch. Kind of makes me sad. It always sucks to have people tune out for long periods of time, but I haven't seen Peter in... When was the last time Peter was here? It's been... Yeah, about 3 months. Kind of makes me sad, but it is what it is. There we go. Dealt with it. All right, now that that is done... I'm gonna go to bed early and wake up early. Go to the store with Jeff. Well, I will see you tomorrow then. Are you gonna time travel tomorrow too? But you have a good night, Bastet. For those of you who don't know, Bastet sets an alarm for when I go live and is usually the first and only person to get the first tag that we have, because we have a thing where like you can redeem 1 channel point to get first, and she almost always gets it redeemed first, like the literal second I hit the button to go live. But then I typed in Jesus out of surprise about how quick it was, because it was fast even for her, and I was somehow a minute behind. And I'm still confused. Like, I don't actually know how that happened. Like, somebody's clock was backward, or, like, slightly behind. I think mine was. So all I can think is that Bastet's a time traveler. That's the only logical conclusion to come to, is that the way that she gets it is she's already claimed first for tomorrow. You know? Like, she's good for the next 6 years, in fact. She probably knew I was going to change my schedule to this before I even did it. A frost worm? What's a frost worm? Never even heard of that. Seems exciting. Good lord, look at that water being disrupted. Kind of fun. Masterwork mods? Right, yeah, the Masterwork also has like, what's it called? Proper lichens. It's been a while since I played Masterwork. I don't like Masterwork because it hasn't been updated in so long. It was cool a while ago, but it just breaks the game now if you want to play on the most recent version, which I'm not a fan of. Elves, really? Well, I ain't trading with you just yet. I don't have anything to trade, let alone anywhere to trade. I should make a trading depot here. Been updated 4 months ago? Really? All right, well, that's new then. Because last time I checked, it hadn't been updated in like a couple years, but it's not the flavor of mod I really like. I like total overhaul mods. Like, I really like the Super Mario Brothers mod. It's probably my favorite mod, but that also hasn't been updated in like eons. It hasn't been updated in 10,000 years. It's like 2014 was the last patch that thing got. All right, Dwarf, come on. I probably, yeah. Have I played Cataclysm? Yeah, and I don't like it. I don't really like open world survival crafting games. Like, it's the same reason I don't really stream Project Zomboid. Like, they're fun for a little bit, but the second I actually have to do the survival crafting part, I just don't want to. It's just not enjoyable for me. Include the tantrum spiral changes? What tantrum spiral changes? If you have problems with tantrums in Dwarf Fortress in the current version of the game, you are really bad at Dwarf Fortress. I don't mean to be mean, but like, it was about a year ago was the last official update to DF, roughly that. I want to say it was like February last year, maybe even slightly over a year now. And Tarn like nerfed stress into the ground, so. To the point where, like, I know some people, including myself, on certain save files that refuse to update to the most recent version because the game's boring. All right. We've just got a few more spots that need to be finished up. We are good to go. You have no idea when the game was updated, apparently? You want to know how? It's pretty simple. Go to bay12games.com/dwarves. And Dwarf Fortress Classic 47.05. January 28th, 2021 was the last update. So I was right. It's pretty. I was almost February. But yeah, just literally go to the game's website. An elf merchant is fighting with a donkey. Well, good luck. Sal was the one that dug up the relationship system and passed it to the dev. Sal wasn't the first person, but Sal was the final straw, to my knowledge. But, yeah, no, it was kind of fun because Sal dug up the information, and then I asked Sal, or Sal asked me to ask Tarn when Tarn was on my stream about that, and we got that deconstruction and, like, kind of realization of, oh, I think that might be a typo. Like, not quite like literally that, but like, yeah, we could fix that. Just like looking at the mood system, because we got him to open the code while he was on my stream, which we do like every 4 months. You need to remember that Masterwork is not Dwarf Fortress, right? Masterwork is like a fan thing. All right, how are we doing on plants? Who's doing okay? Turkey gobbler. What? Yeah. What are you wielding? Coating of Woogie. Well, that's good. You're covered in your own sweat. We need to find materials that can be used as weapons, but we also need to release this outpost liaison. So what we're going to do is we're going to open this up and tell my whole military to go stand up here. It's not a rework, it's just an update. I mean, I know as much as you do. Of course I have info because I pay attention. But let's let this guy leave. The Steam version will probably be out later this year, minus adventure mode. Probably. Keyword there is probably. Do you want to go grab an axe? No. I mean, I'm always playing DF with a mouse. So, Sal just needs to get on my level. You headed to sleep, Woogie? If so, you have a good night. Is adventure mode actually playable? No, completely unplayable. I mean, what kind of question is that? Of course it's playable. You can build entire fortresses in adventure mode. But I don't know. Like maybe you have like you didn't know when the game came out, so I guess I should like not take things that you say too literally and like just kind of give you the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, of course it's playable. Easily. Hey Navy, how is you? We finally managed to get a haunted biome start going. Finally. Oh man, that was a dead elf. Rip. Okay. We're just trying to get some wood down into the fort so that we can actually make beds. So the only undead on the map right now is 2 turkey hens, which are at the other end, and a wombat that's also at the other end. Let's also gather plants. And give you plant gathering. Let these dwarves go do whatever. You've not played in 5 years? Okay. Yeah, no, thanks for the context. Yeah, no, adventure mode is, I mean, it's still weird and like broken in weird ways, but like you can do quests, you can talk to people, you can go on like actual adventures, you can hunt down specific creatures, seek out artifacts, you can build whole fortresses. Like adventure mode is perfectly playable. I mean, it's playable as much as any weird feature in Dwarf Fortress is playable. It's eccentric and strange, but yes, it is playable. You can do everything you would want to do in adventure mode. Yeah, no, Pythania is getting the same information that I am. I mean, it's unlikely that it will. Purely because Tarn and Zach need healthcare, and they need money to get that healthcare, which is the whole point of the Steam release. And the itch I released, it's also releasing on itch. And if Fortress mode is almost finished, that's what the majority of players play anyway, so you might as well just, you know, update it. You know, I don't want to, like, call you out too heavily here. I know all of these people that you're talking about, Madonho, but this is my stream, not Pie's stream, and not Sal's stream, so just, like, let's try and just keep things on subject, you know? Like, I get you're just making conversation, I know what you're doing, but, like, I'm kind of old school when it comes to promoting other people and all that jazz. Yeah. I don't envy the editing job that shit is, though, maybe. That shit's a nightmare to stream, let alone edit. It's all good, Madonho. Just, like, keep that shit to... Like, just keep it to a minimum, right? Like, you know, nobody wants you to walk into a restaurant and talk about a different restaurant. It's like, maybe just don't do that. Like, it's one of those things where if it is incredibly pertinent to the conversation, okay. But let's... One thing at a time. I know it's kind of annoying these days, but it's the way I've been for years. Stuck in my way. Taking down a few more trees. This will actually give us access to beds, which will be helpful. Can you also have plant gathering? But yeah, no. My biggest hope for the premium release is that adventure mode. Torrin mentioned something last time I spoke with him, which was just he was thinking about like shutting off the thinking, removing the ability to think for masses of characters in more populated areas. Because my biggest issue with adventure mode currently is that it becomes really difficult to move around in densely populated areas because of how laggy it gets. Like, Fortress mode doesn't really have FPS problems anymore unless you are seriously mismanaging your fort or something is stuck. Whereas adventure mode absolutely still has those issues. And they are bad in adventure mode. So that is my biggest hope, I think, for whatever they end up doing to adventure mode. I hope that it becomes less laggy in densely populated areas, because a lot of the coolest stuff in adventure mode is in densely populated regions, like cities and stuff. Like, playing out in the wilderness and wandering around with like a band of heroes is super fun and very playable. And like sneaking off to go murder a dragon or something is totally doable, or like killing angels is also doable. But the second you walk into a goblin camp with 1,000 goblins, or even like 800 goblins, like the game runs at like 10 frames a second, and that's kind of unpleasant. Okay, so a peregrine falcon just dived us. These undead birds are a pain, but not really, spiky-eared freak. Not really, no. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where like it doesn't run amazing on anything, but also it'll run on anything, right? And I think that's kind of the biggest benefit that you can have about DF is that it will run on a potato. It's just a matter of... They're like undead cow hair or something. No, okay, we killed it. It will run on a potato. The problem is it'll just run slowly on a potato, but it'll also run slowly on everything else. Pathing maths, yeah. But I mean, it improves with every update, right? Like, things getting stuck in trees doesn't hurt the frames anymore. Water is like a non-issue now. Like, you can have all kinds of crazy water physics, and unless like you drain an entire ocean, in which case the game will hitch for a minute. This is the just 4x4, the default size. But unless like you like drain a whole ocean, water does like nothing.
And anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
It is true. Anyone who says otherwise is wrong, because Hero Quest is the best game ever made. What's up, Space Part? How you doing? Good day. This is a haunted, dry jungle just south of another haunted fortress that I embarked on twice today and failed both times, which is, what, gone? Hold on a second. Oh, wait, never mind. There it is. That was the other one. But Theater Vaults, which was a double attempt this morning. So now we're Uniontheater. We are second attempt at Theater Vaults. I think that the thing that adventure mode is best for right now is traveling from one of your forts to another forts, scouting out areas to possibly settle, and moving artifacts around, or specifically hunting down titans or beasts. That's what adventure mode is best for currently, in my humble opinion. You had to read the Dummies book to learn to play? What, Dwarf Fortress? Why don't you just read the wiki? It's more up to date. But, you know, I'll bet you they probably could, like, contract an official Dwarf Fortress for Dummies book. Let's just wait for them to finish gathering all of this stuff. Got a couple other dwarves with gather plants. Make 70 beds. Make it out of that stuff. Let's just have purple beds, because why not? Especially the military stuff. The military screen is so mind-numbingly simple, it's kind of hilarious. It's just laid out in such a silly fashion. You know, I actually think that haunted biomes are one of the prettiest biomes in the game. In vanilla. I just love, like, the shifting colors. Yeah, Elamina, what's up, dude? Very dense haunted jungle. Let's gather a bit more. We're gonna start brewing drinks. We're making those tables and thrones and mechanisms. Actually, I need to spend the mechanisms. It's going. I wouldn't quite say it's going strong. We still haven't found metal. I know that there's deep metal in this fort, so currently, like, we've managed to, like, get out onto the surface, and we are bringing stuff underground. We're gonna head back underground pretty soon, though. We've actually gotten an area dug out, which is good. Instead of just, like, you know, this tiny little walkway. We got this little walkway sealed off, which is also good. So next order of business from this walkway is to head further down and try and find some actual metal. That's the next order of business. Yeah, no, tantrums haven't, like, the absurd, crazy tantrum spirals aren't really a thing anymore, which is unfortunate because I think that some tantrums are a lot of fun. Also in the branch for the Steam version that we don't have access to, Tarn alleges that he's fixed loyalty cascades, which I actually think are a bigger problem than tantrum spirals, personally. So, yes, no, I mean, Tarn's actually quite good about fixing more major issues like that, and they usually get fixed pretty quick. With the exception of that one. That one just took a couple years, but he got it done. It's fine now. All right, let's dig deeper, because we're on layer 15 now. Let's go to layer 25. This is a very shallow world just because of how heavy the, what's the word I'm looking for here? Just because of how heavy the rainfall was in Advanced World Gen when I set it up. So we only have about 60 layers down, which is kind of nice, actually, for shallow world. Yeah, I mean, like, I had a pretty cool story in Hotbeards, which was one of the other forts I had in this world, where they were trying to, like, there was criminals that were invading my fortress and trying to start a coup, and eventually a loyalty cascade happened, which basically, like, enacted that. But we've discovered another cavern layer deep underground. Where are we digging from? Right there? Well, hold up. Stop. We're gonna have to dig over. All right, let's do that. Dig you over here. There is allegedly deep metals here, so we have to dig down a little deeper. I mean, tantrums, like, okay, fixing tantrums does not equal completely removing tantrums. Come on, man. They're less, like, devastating, but And it's easier to keep them from spiraling out of control to a situation where, oh my god, there's a bunch of zombie serpent people fighting with non-zombie serpent people. Serpentine, I guess. Well, rip the serpent people, I suppose. Yeah, it's an intended feature and mechanic, so like, I don't know. Of course they do, because it's an intended feature and mechanic. It's punishment for mismanagement. Well, there's a bunch of zombie serpent people. There's also a pond grabber up here on the oh no, it's a turkey gobbler, not a pond grabber. Turkey gobbler. Zombie turkey. Oh no. Whatever shall we do about the zombie turkey? Okay. You cancel all this. Let's just get back underground. And you build that log. Serpent man, serpentine. Unless they already suspended. They already did. All right, so here's what I need to do. I need to use the furthest away piece. How about the slate blocks? We'll have that in range, most likely. Yep. So all of the caverns are resurrecting too. Means yes, we'll get resurrecting forgotten beasts. Trust me, we won't forget about them. They will be very much remembered when they resurrect. There we go. We are in a much better situation now. You can have brewing. Perfect. You know what? Fuck that. We're gonna hit the third cavern layer in like 10 seconds. If you accidentally let loose a bunch of demons from hell into your fort, and it falls, will that area eventually turn into a haunted map? From within your map? No. But if a necromancer tower spawns on the overworld, over like 200 years, the area around it will slowly become a haunted zone. And Tarn, alongside of the map rewrite, wants to speed that mechanic up so that you could see that happening in real time if you're close to one of them. But that's like long-term goal for DF kind of deal. Come on, we gotta find some metals pretty soon. Oh boy, it's summer. Oh my god. You guys want to see the YouTube algorithm like having a fucking field day with one of my videos? This is actually kind of insane. This is my video from this morning. What? All right. It is now summer. Where was I? Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit afraid, but that's cool. Yeah, thanks, dude. That's like 50 cents right there. It's like 1,000 views is about like $1.20 Canadian. Currently. It's about 1,000 views is roughly $1 USD when ads suck, like right now, but in the like holiday seasons and when people are being pressured by corporations to buy shit, or when big movies are released, ad revenue goes up a little bit, but ad revenue ain't great right now. But I think that's cool. Not gonna complain. Tetrahedrite. Well, like not optimal, but I will take tetrahedrite because that is armor and weapon. Where is the tetrahedrite? Mine out that sucker. Get him. All right. So since we're pretty damn close to the bottom, we might as well just go down to lava and build us some magma forges. How deep does this world go? Yeah, down to layer 90. Okay. So let's go down to like layer 75. Yeah, no, to be clear, I'm not complaining. It's just, it's not very often that happens to my little channel. Why am I like, what? Oh, I see. Duh. Did anybody else ever do that where you accidentally have the automating skill on instead of the one that you actually need, and then you're just like, why is nothing work? Oh, because I set the wrong tool. It's like it's like having the planning tool on. Be like, why are they not building anything? Well, it's because you have the wrong setting, you dum-dum. It's like just when no buttons in DF work, and then you're like, what is going on? Oh, I have caps lock on. Duh. It's like the exact same thing. Have I tried Dwarf Therapist? Yes. I have a video about this if you care, but TLDR, it's tedious and doesn't actually help. If you learn the game with it, it makes the game easier. If you learn the game without it, it just makes the game more cumbersome. I don't use DF Hack or Therapist, and I've used both of them. DF Hack's at least useful. Therapist is just a waste of time. But I don't like DF Hack either, so I play completely vanilla with the exception of the tile set. I hit caps lock all the time. I fat thumbs it sometimes, yeah. Kind of surprised I haven't hit a third cavern layer, but I'm also totally okay with that. You know you could play DF in VR right now, right, Dandy Barfunkel? Armlock Vision has... Ah, excellent. Armlock Vision has... what's it called? VR support, I think? And virtual desktop exists, so just fucking play DF in virtual desktop, because that's all you're ever gonna get. You're never gonna get an official fully 3D fortress, unless you're just joking around, which is totally fine. That's acceptable. You're allowed to joke, but yeah, you're never gonna get it. So let's just channel that out. Well, actually, let's cancel that and channel that out. Oh, look what we found. We discovered the Murgma Sea. Ooh, look at that. Is that adamantine? Almost looks like it's the wrong color. Is that tetrahedrite? Hold up. What? No, that's cobaltite. What? Huh. Weird. All right. And like microcline? You all right then? Cool. Sweet. So now that we've got that, what we can do is we can do this. I actually don't see any candy, so don't get your hopes up. There is actually a very real possibility that there's no candy in this fort. Also, that video is still skyrocketing up. What the fuck's going on? Where the hell are those views coming from? Did I get embedded on something? Nope, that's just the algorithm going nuts. Nope. I just won't look at it for an hour, and then hopefully it doesn't go down. Cross your pinkies and your toes, chat. It doesn't go down. Because the YouTube algorithm has a tendency to do what I refer to as it just decides to not at a point. Like there's a point with the YouTube algorithm often where it'll be like up, flat line, which is always very odd. But I have I kind of expect it to do that whenever it does that. If I look at it, it'll be distracting, so I just won't. You like candy, hate clowns? There's there's one trick that makes harvesting candy without bothering the clowns extremely easy. Clowns hate him. But jokes aside, there is actually a method of harvesting candy that makes it almost entirely impossible for clowns to actually invade. Which, you know. The video? Well, thank you. You can be part of the wall of views. Leave it inside. Smooth the wall. Carve fortifications on the wall, and it lets you see the block behind it. And demons or clowns or whatever the fuck you want to call them can't walk through fortifications, and they can't fly through fortifications. Literally, that's it. Smooth and then fortify. Yeah, it's the video with the elven weapons. That's just skyrocketing. My YouTube channel has like been getting kicked into the algorithm more often recently. I'm not totally sure what's changed. Aside from the fact that, like, I'm uploading more variety of content. Maybe they've noticed. I don't know. But I don't mind. It's nice. I think this might be where our bedrooms end up living. Warm stone located? All right. Oh, that's a weird... Oh, I know why. It was on your main feed? Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're subscribed to the YouTube channel, it's getting recommended to people right now that aren't subscribed to my channel. That's the thing. You know, like when a video pops up on your home feed and then, like, you tab out because you're like, man, and then you go to a different page on YouTube because you're like, I don't want to watch that video. And then you come back and it's still there. That's what's happening to that video right now. It's popping up on people who are subscribed or who have maybe watched the channel before or watched channels like mine that are not subscribed. It's popping up on their home feed. That's what it's doing right now. That's where all those views come from, is when, like, if I go to my home feed on YouTube right now, which right now actually shows a lot about the kinds of videos that I watch. Like Formula 1 shit. But The kitchen nightmares. It's basically popping up here for people right now. Yes, I watch trashy reality TV. Fucking sue me. Sometimes I need non-content for my stoned brain. Gordon Ramsay's a legend. Fucking wonderful. Also, the fact that literally all of Kitchen Nightmares is on YouTube now is a blessing. Like, I can't begin to describe how happy that shit makes me. Are you interested if it's going to go show you the video? Go to your YouTube homepage and see if it pops up. The YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways. I'll be honest, I have no idea what she looks like. Although one of my favorite appearances of a celebrity daughter, not Gordon Ramsay's, obviously, but T-Pain, you know, rapper extraordinaire, streams on Twitch like every day, right? In fact, he watched my stream for 4 hours. Somebody rated me that he was lurking in and he got booted into my stream. So that's one of my claims to fame is that T-Pain has watched my stream for 4 hours. But one of the first times he's ever streamed, it just blew up on Twitter. It's like, T-Pain's streaming on Twitch, holy shit! This was like 2016, because Doom 2016 had just come out. And everybody on Twitch was like freaking out, like, oh my god, fucking T-Pain! And everybody was watching T-Pain. And his daughter walks in, and he's like pretty drunk, okay? And T-Pain's favorite TF streamer, oh my god. He's pretty drunk. And he's playing Doom 2016 really, really badly. And he's just sitting there, he's like rambling about some shit about him on tour with 50 Cent. And then his daughter walks in, she goes, are you gonna get a real job, Dad? And he goes, what? Like, he literally was like, what are you talking about, honey? And she's just like, are you gonna be like Markiplier? It was very funny. So, yeah. And he goes, no, I'm still going to keep playing music. She goes, but video games are cooler. And like that is like burned into my memory. But video games are cooler for the rest of my life. I also love the fact that T-Pain's daughter watches Markiplier. To be fair, yeah, she's like, you know, yay tall. I have no idea how old she is. Little kid. But the funny thing is that it's like Markiplier is probably more famous than T-Pain these days. All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to fill that corner up with fortifications, and then we are going to flood this from the top so that it's safe. Okay. Is that an elf? I may or may not have just been glancing at YouTube comments. I really need to close YouTube. I'm gonna just straight up close YouTube. Worry about that later. I'm streaming right now, streamer. Focus on streaming. Hey, a baby was born! Madonho, you had a kid! Congrats! Fob craft skin. Ugh. Gross. But, Woogie and Madonho had a kid. How adorable.
Woo!
Success. Mine out all them gems. What's that? Just root tile, okay. After 10 hours though? We had 2 false starts. This is a haunted biome, so I mean the first start died pretty well, not pretty quick. The second one died almost immediately. So I mean we only have 16. We're about a year in. Just had our first baby. Name of the baby is Shrek. Well, I mean, that can be your nickname. I ain't naming a dwarf Shrek. I don't get paid enough to name dwarves Shrek. I don't know how much I would need to charge to name a dwarf Shrek, but more than I make right now. I do how that be how I do in, yeah, no, they do that. Like, everything was going pretty smoothly, and then a bunch of undead foul blendex showed up, and then everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked, and, well, we just keeled over. And it was sad days from then forward. But, then we re-embarked on the same spot and then immediately died, like, literally within minutes of re-embarking to, we died to what were they called? Yaks from the previous embark. Shrek would take the T-Pain money. T-Pain's never given me money, though. T-Pain's watched my stream, but he's never given me money. Now, if T-Pain had donated money to my stream, then I would have freaked out. Dude, for clarity's sake, just so that you don't get the wrong idea, T-Pain watched my stream once after Kit Boga raided me. Who apparently got verified on Twitter the other day, so congrats to Kit. But T-Pain raided Kit Boga that day, so it was probably AFK in Kit Boga's channel. Because I had a friend who used to mod for Kit before he went and started working for Twitch. Kit Boga's mods have control over who he raids. Planning lava shenanigans? I don't have enough magma safe materials to really do any crazy lava shenanigans right now. I don't currently my plan is to actually build bedrooms and just keep the dwarves alive. Once we get past that point, because like this is a fully resurrecting biome. Once we get past that point, then we can start worrying about doing some lava shenanigans. Currently, I'm still... I really don't want to pump lava through that aquifer. I mean, maybe we could, like, do something where, like, we lure enemies down to here and then drop them in lava. We could come up with something, but... you're giving me ideas, but I don't have any, like, hard plans currently. Also, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. Where do I plan on putting bedrooms? Good question. I haven't gotten that far. Also, just Dwarfy related things. Apparently, Tarn and Zach are doing a live stream on Friday as part of Kit Fox's anniversary stream. I'll post a message on the Discord on Friday morning to notify all of you of that when that's happening. But I will be with my dad because Friday, well, it's my dad's birthday weekend. And also Easter, so I will be spending a lot of time with family this weekend. So I will not be on the podcast this week if you listen to my podcast. Hey, Will Garden, what up? It is good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So literally all we need to do to dig this out I still have it. It's fucking automating. Designating. Playing too long today. Also, just thanks to anybody who's tuning in, regardless of how you ended up here. It's just nice to have random people hanging out. We've had some quiet weeks recently, so it's great to see new faces. Main song you know from T-Pain was "I'm on a Boat." Not "I Just Had Sex." Really? That's like the other song that he did with the Lonely Island. It's "I'm on a Boat" and "I Just Had Sex" are the two that he's in. I think he might be in one other. I don't know any of his solo work. Literally, the only songs I know by T-Pain are the ones that he did with the Lonely Island, which T-Pain, like, I don't mind like rap and that kind of hip hop. T-Pain is not the kind of hip hop that I go listening to. I'm not a big fan of like the super auto-tuned stuff. I'm more of a Public Enemy kind of guy, or like. I'm not really into the sort of stuff that he did when he was well known, I suppose. 100% pop rap, yeah, I'm not like he's fine. Like I like watching his streams. Unironically, T-Pain is a very talented entertainer. He's also a very talented host, of like talk shows and stuff like that. He's a very funny, entertaining dude. But I don't really like his music. It was too late to collaborate with Radio Free. Yeah, it's just not the kind of music I go out of my way to listen to. I like him more as a Twitch streamer. Thought it was Akon? It's T-Pain and Akon. I'm pretty sure, isn't it? I thought it was both of them. I might be going crazy. You could fact check that. But I thought it was both of them. So holy fuck, Akon. I wonder what Akon's up to these days. I think it's pretty safe to say, though, that T-Pain has had a better games industry career than Soulja Boy, who made a console briefly. Was doing a lot of charity stuff in third world countries. Oh, that's good. Fuck yeah. The band that like surprised me recently was or the musician that I used to listen to that startled me recently was I'm actually getting intimidated by this video. It's at 1,100 views in the last 90 minutes. Anyway, was Rise Against, because they spent like 5 years traveling around in third world countries and poor parts of the States and South America. Sorry, I'll scroll back up and read it. Give me a sec, Will Garden. Like just traveling around and teaching kids in schools music and giving away free music instruments. And the band that they were doing that with was Godsmack. It was like them and Godsmack just went touring around to like high schools and elementary schools in poor neighborhoods in third world countries, giving away free musical instruments and giving kids music lessons, which is like the I hate everything about you peep. No, not I hate everything about you. The that's 3 Days Grace. They were the Godsmack were the I fucking hate you people, which is just way too fucking funny. Anyway, I'll scroll back up and see what you said. I did see the thing, but I was reading verifiably's thing. Sometimes games are very stressful with the FOMO. Yeah, I know what FOMO is. They put them in the kind of stressing me out and stuff all day. Wait, what? What game? If I can ask. I mean, that timed events in games is actually why I stopped playing games that are considered like live services. I fucking hate that shit. Like, it's not fun. I don't like having a limited amount of time to finish shit. It's obnoxious. I'm on the Mad God? Oh, that sucks. I mean, don't like hurt yourself over that shit. Come on. You'll be okay. Life goes on. Hey, at the very least, they're not NFTs and they're not worth real money, allegedly. Wait until they are. That's when the world will become truly fucking insufferable. Granite is not magma safe, right? But yeah, if I miss stuff, don't be shy to just be like, blind scroll up, you moron. Yeah, it's not. Sweet. Okay. Come on. Yeah, I mean, I think that when a game stops feeling fun and exciting to play for me and it starts to feel like a job, that's when it's time to play a new game. It's the reason that, like, I took one look at, like, New World and, what's the name of that game that just came out? Lost Ark? And just went, yep, nope. Thank you. You guys, the rest of the planet can have fun with these games. I will go do everything else. I play this game for a living because I enjoy it. You want to know what I wouldn't do with this game if I didn't enjoy it? Play it. Still no adamantine. That's fascinating. But thanks, Captain Obvious. I do know that I played this. Do I ever play Space Station 13? Yeah, but not very competently. And my entire career, I haven't really ever had a big enough audience to fill up a private server. I've actually been playing some Space Station 14 in the private playtests. Not a lot, just a little bit. I know enough about Space Station 13 to competently play a janitor. I'm not very good at the game. I'm firmly in, like, the kind of a noob category. All right. There's our soon-to-be lava forge. Yeah. So I'm keeping that on Space Station 14 and, like, playing it here and there. You didn't know about Space Station 14? Well, there's Space Station 14 and Unity Station, which are both, like, attempts of making Space Station 13 run in an engine that is comprehensible by a normal human being. And not, like, you know, 1,000 years out of date. Guys, this is what this video is doing. Jesus, fuck. It's gotten, like, more views in the last 40 minutes than it's gotten all day, basically. Crazy. So, beyond is garbage. Beyond garbage. If Dwarf Fortress is beyond quality, SS13 is beyond garbage. So, yeah, that and, like, there's... I think, like, the most interaction I do with SS13 is I watch Rust Money. And sometimes Rust Money raids me. So, like, that's the majority of the interaction I do with that game. The game's cool, but it's just not something I've really taken the time to play. But it's something that I would love to do. My biggest concern with it, though, is, like, I don't know how much you know about me, Red March. I'm legally blind. Like, my name is not a joke. My name is completely honest and truthful. So because I don't see very well, watching a text chat in a video game and watching Twitch chat is actually impossible for me. So there is that. So we're going to make you and a magma smelter. And I'm also going to do a magma glass furnace because I think, yes. Problem is there's an aquifer on this level. But this is red sand. Is this also sand? We making glass traps, boys. You guys want to see things fly into a billion pieces and then I'll get resurrected? Oh boy, we're gonna have a lot of that. But first, let's just get one squad geared out, and then we will worry about other things. Thanks, spiky-haired freak. I've got like 90 of them now. I will read that in a sec. Wogard, getting all of this going. Last few days, observing the Discord dungeon raiding scene and the behavior in the upper echelon players and raid leaders is just ugh. You know how people exist in literally the most toxic circle jerk dickheads I've come across recently. And you're stressing out about it, and literally one of the items dropped guaranteed is that you need. It's basically a token to turn an item. And I've become so bitter about the game. You really love it, and it's sad. Yeah, I understand the feeling. I mean, in another life, it feels like it was another life ago. Like I used to play a lot of MMOs and competitive FPS games and games like that, and I encountered people that were starting to feel that way about certain raids and drops and items, and it's burned me out of ever wanting to play games like Diablo. It's burned me out on never wanting to play games like Path of Exile. Path of Exile was like the last game that happened to me. I did play some early Realm of the Mad God, and I kind of hated it. Mostly because of my eyes. It burned me out of playing games like any kind of like larger cooperative experience. Like I would never be able to play a Destiny or a Warframe or any of that shit because it's just those games, they make money the exact same way Facebook makes money. Facebook wants you to go onto Facebook and never fucking log off Facebook. And the way games like Warframe and games like Realm of Mad God make money is microtransactions. And they want you to play the game and never stop playing the game because at the very least, if you're never stop playing the game, you are keeping the game active for the people who are paying for it. And that is a toxic relationship to have with a game publisher, and I don't like that. And yes, you can point at me and be like, but Blind, you've been playing Dwarf Fortress for like 9 hours today. Yes. But this is my full-time job. You shouldn't do this. Like, I play games in a way that normal humans shouldn't. I am an exception. And I play this game because I don't have that kind of relationship with it. If I had that kind of relationship with it, I would go insane. And I would learn to hate it. And I wouldn't want to play it anymore. And this is what, like, I mean, I guess I could sit here and rant about, like, games as a service and all that crap. And talk about why I think it's, like, a long-term unsustainable model for the games industry. But I don't really think there's a point in doing that right now. So it's just, it sucks. It sucks all around, and it sucks for everybody. And I hope that you're at the very least able to not get over it because, like, it's not that simple, but, like, I hope that you're able to find a system of playing games that you enjoy and love that works for you, that doesn't take away from your enjoyment of the game or make you learn to hate it. RuneScape did that real bad to me, actually. You've seen some of my videos before? Cool. I mean, if you watch things about DF, you've probably either seen me, Nookrim, or Tekud, or Salford Sal, or people that I know before you. Probably encountered people. But like, my YouTube channel, as much as I love it, And as great as my YouTube channel is very much a side hustle. I mean, today is like an exception. I don't normally have videos that just randomly get thousands of views in an hour, but like this is my monthly revenue on YouTube, $145 Canadian. So that's like $17 US. That's not accurate. It's like a little bit better than that, but it's not a lot of money. Whereas Twitch pays my rent, Twitch pays my internet, Twitch pays my groceries, Twitch pays my living costs. So I am a streamer at heart. YouTube is kind of a side hustle for promotion for my Twitch stream, and also bonus content for the days I don't stream. And Patreon. Every multiplayer game you've enjoyed and it's just turned into a husk? I don't know if it's worth crying over, but what I will say is crying is healthy. Like, if you need to fucking cry, go cry. It's actually like we're stigmatized about crying. It's like, you shouldn't cry for whatever fucking reason, but like, go cry. Like, nothing wrong with that. Crying is healthy. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Let's just give you masonry, the background. Even dwarves need to cry? Oh yeah, and they cry all the time. Okay, so now that we have that, smelt tetrahedrite. Outpost liaison has arrived. All right, so how do I do this? I don't know how to really respond to that aside from saying that doesn't sound like a positive thing. Yeah, I mean, like, if you don't have issues with that kind of gameplay, then go nuts. You know, like, there's a reason why I openly mock, make fun of, and condemn this little indie game called Genshin Impact that some people seem to like for some reason. There's a reason why. It's because I genuinely believe that is one of the most toxic, problematic games to be super wildly mainstream successful in the last, I guess, as long as I've been playing games. Just because it literally is a fucking casino. And it's huge. And I think it's an absolute fucking shame that it's so big. And it's just like... And the reason I refuse to play that game and, like, talk down on it is, like, a defense mechanism for me. Because I know that if I played that game, I would spend thousands of dollars on it. Because I have very addictive tendencies, no self-control, and I'm a fucking moron in that kind of situation. Which is why I refuse to gamble, I refuse to go into casinos. I've had problems with that kind of thing in the past. And that's just kind of how I feel about anything with any kind of loot box, anything with any kind of, like, real world money involved in any kind of items shops. I keep it at the length of an 80-foot pole, and I denounce it. I completely avoid it. No, I mean, I installed Lost Ark and then looked at the business model after it came out and went, nope. And uninstalled Lost Ark. So for me, it's really easy to just say fuck no to any of those games because I can look at it and be like, does it have loot boxes or gambling mechanics? Okay, I'm out. Just call it Gacha Impact. It's fine. But like, I don't know. It genuinely bothers me that that's where games have gone. Risen says, I'm your liaison for the mountain homes. Why the fuck do you live here? Let's discuss your situation. Much to talk about. What requests do you have of our merchants? Actually, just anvils right now. Steal anvils, please. They... Okay, they have. And we look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Let's look at the news. Really? Not much. It was kind of quiet. Interesting. I mean, it's a Korean MMO. Of course it's pay to win to the core. They have no morals. Is also 0, which is funny because like I have pretty high limits for drugs, but like the second it's like, oh yeah, it's, there we go, smelt tetrahedrite ore. The second it's like gambling, I'm like, yep, can't even look at it. Going to be for stone, metal ores. And then suddenly everybody's hauling things to stockpiles. And this is going to give to there. Even if it takes 10 years. I mean, shoutouts to my dude Cooler who drew the majority of my emotes and all of the art on this channel, who has like 12,000 hours in Warframe or something. Actually, I'm gonna check how many. Cooler. $9,000 hours in Warframe. I lied. Warframe is a Canadian game, so I won't openly mock and condemn it because I have to respect my people. But that game's mostly like pay to time skip, less pay for power. If I understand it correctly. Oh shit, what's that? I have silver? Oh damn. So copper. Copper male shirt. 10. Copper shield. 10. Copper breastplate, 10. Copper helm, 10. Copper... Greaves, 10. Copper hide, 10. Copper... Did I do helm? I think I did. Yes. As non-toxic as a free-to-play microtransaction game can be. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard really good things about Warframe. You ever enjoyed was TF2? One of the granddaddies of that bullshit. But I don't know. I spent years playing free-to-play first-person shooters when I was younger. Like, I played Crossfire for years, which actually, I'm going to pause for a second and show you guys the thing on Steam because I'm weirded the fuck out by this. This exists, which is based on this is the IP of a free-to-play first-person shooter that I played in like the late 2000s, like 2008 to 2010. Bobtron, it's good to see you, by the way. I missed you. Sorry. And it's a RTS game that kind of looks like a weird hybrid of StarCraft and Command and Conquer, like the later Command and Conquer games. And it's developed by Blackbird Interactive, who this Steam's fucked up developer pages, but that's the Homeworld people. And the people that made Hard Space Shipbreaker, which I'm so confused by. I'm going to play that game just out of sheer bloody stupid curiosity. It's like a super money grabby free-to-play first-person shooter that I played in like 2009. that still exists, I think, that's getting a StarCraft slash Command and Conquer hybrid made by a studio based out of Vancouver, Canada that's making Homeworld 3. Which is like, what? I'm so confused by it, but I'm gonna play that just out of goddamn curiosity. Yeah, that game makes me motion sick to all fuck, but cool game, neat concept. But also allegedly is in the Homeworld universe. Allegedly. Video's at almost 2,000. Chat, this is the most views a video I've put up has ever gotten in an hour. So, cool. Yeah, cool. You're a sucker for immersive sim games that aren't trucking or farming sims? Ironically, I'm a really big fan of, like, the Spin Tires series. I'm a really big fan of Spin Tires, and I'm a really big fan of hunting sims. I like truck sims a whole lot. I just don't generally stream them these days. I used to, but... Merchants will be leaving soon? That's fine. We'll trade with them next year. We'll actually have stuff to trade by next year. But yeah, no, I really like Spin Tires. The not the most recent one. I like the older Spin Tires. The first two. Mud Runner and the original Spin Tires. I have to have a channel focused on pixel elven weapons. I hope that it'll just help DF stuff. But that is kind of funny, yeah. Now that you put it that way. Furnace, smelter. What? Oh. I need to make a magma smelter, not a normal. Oh, excellent. Thank you, Verifiably Human. Considering you are verifiably human, I can assume that you are a very knowledgeable source of information on this subject. So thank you very much for your expertise. Oh shit, a second baby. We have 2 kids before. Wait a second. Oh. Dashmob, Mabanho, and Woogie had a baby. And who had the other baby then? Oh. My crafters. New arrivals, are they? Nope. Okay, weird. I just totally missed that second one. I think DF is better than Minecraft. I think they're completely different games. You have the video on repeat in the background. Do you condone this behavior? I like the background noise. I don't have any issue with you doing that. I mean, it's not like it hurts me. I think it's probably better to have the whole playlist on in the background, but I'd probably, if I were to like ask, I would prefer that you just have the whole playlist on in the background. But at the end of the day, you do you. You can watch videos in any way you want. Still live, yeah, boy, still going, not dead yet. Are you still alive? You didn't ask for a dwarf. Would you like one? I can give you one. I don't think this fort's had a single casualty. No, it hasn't. Yeah, this fort hasn't had a casualty yet. But if you asked for a dwarf, I missed it. You have a pet? You know, dwarves name pets. Player don't name pets. I don't have DFX, so I can't do that. Or you ask if you can have a dwarf with a pet. I don't think any of my dwarves have pets. Okay, Onal has a pet goat. Do you want to be the dwarf with the pet goat? The eagle heads sure are tired. They were turkey heads, but yes. Currently there's a bunch of wolf corpse. Ugh. Wolf corpse in the trees. It's time that we seal this off pretty soon, I think. You want goat. So you want to be the dwarf with the pet goat. Which is Onal, who is a metal crafter. Onal. Sock. Socks. Mel. Hey, don't give me too much credit. I killed 2 forts today, okay? Or actually, I killed 1 fort twice. So technically, I killed 1 fort today. You say, I am fine. You're 63 years old, born on the 2nd of Slate in the year 118. You're a worshiper of Diamond Delicrest the Mountainous, which is the god of mountains, female god of mountains. Her hair is clean-shaven and she has a prominent chin. Her slightly close-set, sunken, heliotrope eyes have large irises. And I completely lost my spot, partially because I'm looking at YouTube and my jaw just hit the ground. It's still going. It's still increasing. Hopefully it keeps doing that, and it does that all night. And tomorrow morning it has 100,000 views. That would be fucking hilarious. Her hair is clean-shaven, and she has a prominent chin. Her slightly close-set heliotrope eyes have large irises. Her lips are thick, and she has extremely tall ears. You know, it is funny. They all have tall. You are right. I was about to say, it's like, I'm starting to think it's like these dwarves are like slowly turning into elves. It's like kind of weird, actually. They all have high-pitched voice, heliotrope eyes, dark peach skin, black hair, and very tall and large ears. Some of them almost are like the description of Quark, which is really funny to me. Like, there's one dwarf who has a wide face, literally the biggest possible description for ears. Like Mickey Mouse ears, large eyes, a toothy smile, a sometimes cruel, and loves commerce. Like, we literally have Quark in this fort, which is funny as hell to me. Spiky-haired freak, thank you very much. A good thing is up to Sock Smell. And your joint hit the ground? I don't have a joint in my apartment currently. I don't smoke in my apartment. And I don't smoke joints usually. I have a water pipe if I'm smoking, but generally I use my vape. Quark is a fantastic character, yes. Probably like maybe my 3rd favorite character in all of Star Trek. Yeah, definitely my favorite DS9 character, yeah. I mean, anybody who's seen DS9 loves Quark. Come on. She likes obsidian, sterling silver, and clear zircon. By the way, you're a metal crafter. Clear zircon and Cody leather, jackal tooth and cotton paper, and zircon and clear glass, and Cody. And when possible, you prefer to consume strawberry plants and cranberry wine. You also like puzzle boxes. I missed that bit. You hate oysters. She personally has an absolute believer of the rule of law, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and views competition as silly, and dreams of raising a family. She's not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. Good luck raising a family. She is prone to strong feelings of lust. Okay, maybe good luck raising a family. And has often given to flights of fancy. Yeah, you'll raise a family. It just won't, the marriage won't last. To the point of distraction. And she is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others, although you do have a pet goat, so maybe that says something about you. Anyway, she tends to hang on to grievances, and she is slow to anger. She lives a fast-paced life, organized and neat, and she occasionally overindulges. She has a greedy streak, no really, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She doesn't really care about anything anymore, just like all of the dwarves in this fort. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely the most underrated of the Star Treks. You like this dwarf? Well, that's good. Conflicted and crazy. Just the way you like him. Just like my ex. Conflicted and crazy. I just think it's hilarious that the video that gets kicked into the algorithm really heavily, even if it doesn't last very long, is the video about elven weapons. Can I just like comment on how hilarious that is? it's like I personally have nothing against elves in Dwarf Fortress. I love trading with elves. I think it's great to be like at peace with elves because they bring you all kinds of fantastic creatures that you can like eat and train and use as defense. And I generally try to be friendly with elves for that reason. And it's like then but like by the wider community's like takes, they're kind of not the favorites of a lot of players, right? And it's just kind of funny that like that's the video that does really well. Is the one about elves. Not like, you know, the last few interviews I've had with both of the Addams brothers. Not like the ones about, like, major mechanic shifts and shit like that. But, like, the video about elves. It would be neat if leaves showed up on the weapons randomly. Oh, do you agree with me on that comment? It would be neat, but... One of my favorite factoids about that video that I didn't hear about until after I finished the video, which Clino told me about, is that apparently the way Tarn got that screenshot was by changing the raws so that he could embark as elves. Hell yeah. Just a normal tiger or a giant tiger? Big kitty. Big kitty, best kitty. I think we find some more metals on this layer. Hey, more native silver. Perfect. It's not like the best metal or anything, but like... So we're gonna have a bunch of hammer dwarfs, and we're gonna have glass traps. Any race is playable, but requires modding. And there are plenty of mods that slightly adjust them that makes them playable. Oh, that's fine. For Christmas, I played a mod that was actually made by a community member of this stream that allows you to play as goblins and makes goblins fully playable. And you can like embark with goblins and trolls, which is fun. My Christmas fort this year, I played as goblins with trolls. But yeah, all of the races are playable, but the problem is the dwarves are the only ones that are completely playable. So like the elves, if you play as the elves, there's some like mechanical issues with them, same with the humans and same with the goblins. So it requires a little bit more modding than just like changing one raw file, which you can do. You can do it by literally just changing one raw file. So what's the difference between a cage trap and an animal trap? Cage trap catches medium and large creatures. Animal trap catches vermin. So animal trap catches mice, squirrel, hamster, lizard. Cage trap catches rock, giant, etten, giant bear, elephant. Small versus embiggens. You want to do an elf embark? I don't know what the go-to mod for that stuff is, but I would look into whatever the go-to mod is for that stuff. That would be my advice. How many comments does that video have? That video went from like 100 likes to 238. It's getting a lot of likes. Sorry for just like constantly commenting on this video, but I'm kind of freaking out about it. I really should turn on wheelbarrows. Let's make hopper wheelbarrow and make 6 of them. And Put 3 wheelbarrows there. In a fortress where you were trying to replace all the dwarves with elven visitors. Might try that again. Although that's kind of fun, actually. Another thing that you could do is you could like embark and start a fort with only 7 dwarves. And then if you start an adventurer and you walk the adventurer to that location and then retire them in that fortress location, like on that map within that fortress, they will be there when you reclaim that fortress. So what you could do is you could make an adventure party of like 35 dudes, which you can do, and then walk them all into the fortress and then retire them and then reclaim that fortress and then have like 35 dudes ready to go to join the fort when you reclaim it. And they will all immediately petition for citizenship when you do that. And then a year later, they can petition for full citizenship. That's how my last fortress had 2 chameleon people and a human. And a goblin who died, rest in peace, with a pet cat. The cat's still alive, though. The goblin died, fortunately. Very sad. Died on a raid. Great warrior. Yeah, there must be an untapped demographic. That or, like, YouTube was just like, hey, some of your videos have done well recently, which is true. And this video got a bunch of views right away, so we should just recommend it to everybody, which is more likely. Because it is coming from recommendations. And I've gotten like 15 subscribers on YouTube in the past like 10 minutes. Cool. Which is really cool. All hail the mighty algorithm. Yeah, that's true. I fucking opened YouTube back up. God damn it. Can't close YouTube. What can I have up in there? You know, fuck it. Just close the browser. There we go. Done. Pour me some more coffee. I need coffee to distract me from the YouTube algorithm. So currently we are making copper armor. YouTube is my Genshin Impact. Dude, I actually have like an obsession with like over-checking my stats. It's kind of a problem. Like I think in another alternate universe, I am like a statistics expert. I also do that for my podcast obsessively. We're the number 12 most popular video games podcast in Honduras, and the 62nd as of yesterday's most popular video games podcast in Australia, and the 230th most popular video games podcast in the UK, and we are in the top 100 in New Zealand. And we were also up there in one of the major United Arab Emirates countries a while ago. I think it was Saudi Arabia, a number of months ago, but that went away because they're week to week. I mean, the algorithm is probably smart enough that it could make a deep fake of me at this point. So that wouldn't actually surprise me in the slightest. The best part is I've actually like had the front door open for a while, and I love that there's a bunch of tree undead wolves in this fortress. That's just kind of funny to me. All right, has this dwarf equipped anything? Nope, but you are really bored. So I disbanded that squad. We started that squad. Oh, winter's upon us. Bow to my robot overlords? Dude, I will... considering humans don't generally acknowledge my existence, if robots do, you know what that sounds like? That sounds kind of nice, to be honest. Hypnospace Outlaw? No, but the guy who makes it's real cool. And the people who publish that game are also cool. Mike Rose is a good dude. Yeah, I remember that getting announced. Oh, I understand what I need to do. Let's make a armor stockpile here. And we'll also put weapons in it. I mean, I know that you guys were joking, but seriously though, all hail the mighty algorithm. If it wasn't for the mighty algorithm, I mean, I probably wouldn't have a job. But yeah, I did figure that you were joking with Bob about that, but seriously. But seriously though. Gonna go equip shit now? No? Yes? Maybe? First time here? Hi! A dumb question. Did you just come here from a YouTube video? Are you hyped for DF Steam since it was announced and the algorithm? Yes, you did. Okay. And you were like, yeah, I wonder how the devs progress. And then you saw I was streaming. You're like, okay, this seems really nice. Chill place to hang out for the evening. If you want to know how the devs progress, go back to my YouTube channel and watch the video that is pinned on the front page of my YouTube channel. Because every 3 to 4 months, Tarn comes on my stream and we talk about dwarves. And I have 7 of them now. And the last one, Zach joined too. There's no webcams or anything. We're just in voice chat with the world generating in the background, but yeah, so I don't know. If you actually want to like see how they're doing and what they've been up to and what they're working on at any time, that's probably the best way to do that. But yeah, no, we stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and I stream a lot of Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes I play other things in the evening, but we stream like 8 to 14 or 10 to 16 hours a day those 3 days. It's a combination of video game soundtracks on record and Dwarf Fortress, traditional roguelikes, and other weird shit that you probably haven't played. Do I ever go through the mental checklist of things to build when you embark on a new fort, or is it always different each time? It depends on biome and what's trying to kill me. I'm also like pseudo-freak. I don't know how long you've been lurking, but I've been kind of freaking out about how well that video's doing. Like trying really hard to not just stare at it right now. Because that, like, I have videos that have like 60, 70,000 views on my YouTube channel of Dwarf Fortress, but it takes them like 6 months to get that many. That video is got more views in the last 90 minutes than any video I've ever had. So, like, as far as like mass views in a short period of time, that's the most views a video's ever gotten for me, and that's kind of nuts. And that's like something I recorded in 15 minutes this morning when the news update came out, because they release them every other week. And I make videos about them. But no, not really. Dwarf Fortress isn't really a game that has like a build per se. So I'm gonna make my first 3 bedrooms, and it's gonna be for my blacksmiths. Dwarf Fortress doesn't really have builds per se. At least not ones that I follow. Dwarf Fortress is it's a bit more flexible than that, I guess. At least the way I play it. Like some people have like a meta of like the order of stuff that they do in build orders and that stuff, but really depends on the fort. Normally I have bedrooms by now. I'll put that out there. But the kind of one of the awesome things about Dwarf Fortress is that you can sort of just do anything in any order. And because the game doesn't have a tech tree, you're not punished for doing things in certain orders. I think, like, well, actually, there's sort of a tech tree. You don't have access to magma buildings until you can see magma. That's, like, the only, like, workshop progression is that, like, you don't have access to magma forges until you see magma. But that's, like, kind of the only real exception to the rule. Like, you can just start off by smelting stuff, which is why sometimes it's really fun to just embark with, like, a couple copper bars and an anvil, and then make your tools when you embark. I kind of like doing that sometimes. Like, embark with nothing except for, like, an anvil and, like, 3 copper bars, and then you just make a copper pick, and then you start working away. Well, an anvil and then 1 piece of magma safe stuff. Oh shit, I didn't ever make a I never remade my carpenter shop. And your recommends, you've always had an urge to dive into DF every few years. You saw your dedication to the game and thought it'd be worth a YouTube sub and a follow. Well, thank you, Red March. Thanks for sticking around today. I mean, you've been around like most of the day today. It's like, anyway. But yeah, no, if you ever wanted to learn Dwarf Fortress, now's probably the best time to do it. Because the community is still small enough that everybody knows each other. But also the actual resources to learn the game are better than they've ever been. And the community is also more active in accessible places than it's ever been. Like, previously, like 6-7 years ago, the Dwarf Fortress community was active, but it was active on the DF forums, which you had to apply for an account for, which would take 24 hours, at least, assuming Tarn decided to, like, go check the new accounts that evening. Which means sometimes you'd get an account in a couple of minutes, and sometimes you'd get an account 2 weeks later. Like, back when I made my Bay 12 account, it took him, like, it was like 3 or 4 days before I actually got permitted onto the forums. Whereas now it's like, there's the subreddit that's super active. There's the KitFox Discord, which is extremely active and has, like, the most condensed active communities. There's private Discords like Krug Smashes, which you have to give money on Patreon to get into. There's Discords like mine that have, you know, enough people on it that you'll get an answer within a couple hours, usually, if you have a question. And I think that kind of, like, just the scale of the community currently is bigger and better than it's ever been. So right now is quite literally one of the best times to learn Dwarf Fortress if you've thought about it. And Spiky-Haired Freak, thanks for gifting a second sub. It's Red March. Red March, enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days, courtesy of Spiky-Haired Freak. I'm just going to call you Spiky now, if that's okay with you, because I feel bad calling you a freak. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers? You sure you get newbies that come here every day? Actually, you'd be surprised. It's kind of pretty consistently, like, the normal people, and then every now and again there's one person who's like, what's that? How do you know what you're looking at? And I'm like, with my eye, you weirdo. And then they go, fuck you, and then they leave. That's usually how it goes. Dwarves know everything that they need. Dwarves are pretty resourceful. It would be very silly that dwarves would have to, like, re-research the same stuff that they knew, like, a week ago when they were back at the mountain home. Like, that doesn't make any sense. There is, like, knowledge trees which don't actually have any purpose. really, outside of flavor text. Like, dwarves can learn how the moon works in libraries and read books and gain knowledge, but that doesn't actually change the gameplay at all. Like, there's no gameplay reason for that. Aside from that, they get happy when they learn how, like, libraries work. Or when they learn how, knowledge and stuff like that works. Knowledge works? Yeah, you know what I mean. When they research things and they learn knowledge, they like that. And Spiky, thanks for gifting a sub to I Am Omnivore. Omni, welcome back. Cheers, dude. For reference, you re-upped Sock Smells sub for an 8th month, and Omni's a 5th month. Thank you, Spiky. Cheers. So the first 3 dwarves in this fort to get beds, and it isn't because Spiky's been throwing money at me, but Spiky gets the first bed because you're a blacksmith. I'm giving beds to all of my blacksmiths, basically. Spiky, Inul, and who's the last one? And Socks. Go do that now. Please make us a warhammer. I have a weaponsmith. I don't want you to be making mugs, though, Spiky. I want you to go back to making weapons. You have armor or weaponsmithing. Now you do. You're gonna go make a spiky-haired hammer. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf, we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 free. If anybody would like one. This is a haunted biome, so if casualties are sudden and plentiful, I apologize. Yeah, no, it's still going. I have trouble sleeping tonight. Can you have a dwarf? Absolutely. Do you have any preference? I have 2 babies, a herbalist, 2 crafters, and 1 furnace operator. And a farmer. Well, I guess that's the herbalist. You don't want to steal the spot? I mean, I mean, you did die today. Usually what I say, Red March, is if you die, wait until the next stream, which will be tomorrow. Herbalist, you can have. You like, let the dead lie, you know? Can you have a baby? Okay, sure. Just one thing at a time. There's nothing like a good friend, says Space Pirate. He is 112 years old, born on the 15th of Slate in the year Nice. He has short sideburns are neatly combed, and his very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His very long beard is braided. His medium hair is arranged in double braids, and he has a scratchy voice. He has a broad, prominent chin and large irised protruding heliotrope eyes. What a description. His large iris protruding heliotrope eyes. Like, all of these dwarves, like, got massive amounts of air pressure on their, like their ears and their eyes are all bulging out of their face. Like, they're all like the extremely attached girlfriend that's now an NFT. Are narrow, and yours are narrow. His dark beach skin is wrinkled. His dark beach skin is wrinkled. That's a funky sentence. And his ears are somewhat broad. His hair is gray mixed with black. He is married to Mestos and has one child, Sozir. Dandy, do you want to be Space Pirate's kid? You're quick to heal and slow to tire. You like Pericles, sterling silver, violet sespertine, giant bat bone and cotton fabric, slabs and scepters and toy axes and giant wombats for their waddle. On the sound of the heliotrope phrase, and when possible, you prefer to consume penguin, anchovy, and plum wine. And you can't stand purring maggots. Noted, you can have them. He personally adores the pursuit of mastery of weapons and skill with fighting, and greatly respects individuals that persevere through trials and labors. And you dream of crafting a masterwork someday. He is always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations. After seeing a body in 177 because you came from the previous fortress. Dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. And he is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. Tries to do things correctly each time and often develops negative feelings. I think I read that twice. Anyway, he tries to do things correctly each time and he is often nervous. And he thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He does not tend to be swayed by emotional appeals and doesn't handle stress well. Stay in the basement. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He finds this troubling since he values perseverance and rarely feels discouraged. Does not often feel lustful and is often cheerful he has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He taps his feet when he's nervous, and when he gets excited, he often tells stories without any real point. And he tenses up when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. And your kid, Sazir, the baby, is Zir. Spell that. Sazir, is Dandy Barfinkel. It's a fantastic name for a baby. And your word is ga. And within the last season, you were delighted after watching a performance. He was giddy after watching a performance and felt delighted after watching a performance and was interested after watching a performance. She is 6 months old, born on the 28th of Hematite in the year 181. Her nose is sharply hooked, and you're a witch in training. Congratulations. Her nose is sharply hooked, and she has a prominent chin. Her ears are tall, and she has a straight, medium-length hair. Her, which is neatly combed, and her slightly protruding heliotrope eyes are slightly close set. Her nose is slightly convex, and her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. You're adorable witch in training. You're like a mini witch. You just need a broom. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yeah, like every dwarf. Tall ears. Thank Carmack. I know, it's great. Runs in the family. Likes Killinite, gold, and red pyrope. The color gray, and boxes and bags, and ballista arrows, and bladeweed. Bladeweed? Bladeweed for their stiff, triangular leaves. Those are like really sharp leaves, aren't they? They're like haunted biome things. When possible, she prefers to consume guppy and 2-grain wheat. You know, I've never eaten a guppy, but I can't imagine they taste like much because there isn't much to them. Maybe giant guppies. Anyway, and kangaroo's milk. And absolutely hates worms. She personally values hard work and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on a project because she's 6 months old and doesn't know what a resource is. She's often cheerful. Well, that's good. She doesn't cry a lot. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Well, she can't walk yet, so that's a given. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. I mean, she's a baby. And she has a sense of duty. Aw, how adorable. And she isn't given to flights of fancy. Well, that's good. And is quick to anger. Well, yeah, she's a baby. Cry a lot. She doesn't seek out excitement because she can't walk yet. And she doesn't often feel envious of others. Well, because she doesn't have a concept of things because she's a baby. baby, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, like watching performances clearly, and she has a greedy streak. Well, yeah, she's a baby, greedy, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. Well, generally babies do that. Is brave in the face of imminent danger. Uh-oh, that's not good for a baby. And bites her nails when she's annoyed. Mood. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. And really wants a drink. Means mommy needs to beer the baby. Yes, this is true. How long is the average dwarven lifespan? Without the player mistake or unfortunate accidents involved, dwarves live 150 to 170 years. They are guaranteed to die at the year 170 if they make it that long. But it's random. There's like a higher percent chance every year for them to pass away of natural causes. I've had dwarves live to the maximum possible age in long death before, and it's always like, a dwarf lived to be 170, holy fuck. So, that's fun. You know, the surface here has gotten a little bit less intense, which is actually really nice. Well, crossbreeding isn't a thing in Dwarf Fortress, so no. But, they certainly have the big ear gene. I don't think having the big ear gene means that they are elves, but they certainly have the big ear gene. God, this graph is ridiculous. Evil took a holiday? I mean, we shouldn't, like... No, I mean, there is a lot of undead on the map, and it's a bunch of wolves, and they're all in trees on the other side of the map. So new zombies aren't spawning, because they have to leave the map before new ones spawn. And for some reason, like, an entire herd, flock, gaggle, group, army of wolves all spawned on the other side of this big river, and they're all stuck in trees. So there's no new ones spawning, so we can kind of run around freely up here right now. So, yeah, the rare tree wolves are making our life a little easier right now. Okay, that's it. I'm going to force you to equip stuff. Equip. Weapon, specific weapon, silver warhammer. And thunk. There you go. And you also equipped it some armor. That's good. Now you have a mail shirt, shield, greaves, and a warhammer. A rare pack of zombie tree wolves. Yes, naturally. Of course. Zombie tree wolves in their natural habitat. Just like God intended. Or Armok intended. Keep digging. I mean, it does, but it's, like, not a mechanic. So, I mean, like, I guess you could, like, have a headcanon of that, but it's not a thing that is mechanically possible. It's raining now, is it, Pilot? How are you doing? Hope work was all right. How's the dumb coworkers today? I mean, it sounded like it was raining. I'm not sure what it's doing now. I haven't peeked outside in a bit. You know what? I'm actually gonna post a thing in the subroom on Discord. That's my YouTube views right now. And I'm kind of freaking out a little bit. Hey, Shirley. How is you? We've been on a back-to-back set of adventures today. Oh, so good. We've started 3 forts today. 3. We started 1 fort, reclaimed that fort, and then died twice, like almost instantly. And then started another fort, like just south. And we haven't encountered any issues yet. But, yeah. Right? Pilot? Like, Christ. But we do have a pack of tree wolves that are living over here. Well, I mean, we're still early on in this fort. I haven't really done much. We are... We have, like, this tiny little structure up here. The most obnoxious stairwell I've ever built, because there's an aquifer that goes from here all the way down to here. So that was, like, the most annoying, like, hour and a half of my Dwarf Fortress career, I think, building that stairwell. And then we dug down to here and dug out this large room, and I was like, hallelujah, we can build. And then we just went down to the magma forges, and that's all I've done so far. We're working? Yeah. I figured. Hope your stream was good today, though. But, yeah, no, it's been a day. Coming up on your bedtime? Gotcha. Same fort tomorrow? Probably, yeah. I don't know what the plan is for tomorrow. I'll figure that out tomorrow. Aquifer is so annoying. Especially like a 12Z level deep one. It's a varied aquifer too. Because there's 2 biomes here, right? There's... Because it's a haunted dry jungle, right? Which means it's really pretty with all of these lovely giant dense staring eyeballs, and wormy tendrils and fingers coming up from the ground, which is wonderful. But yeah, basically all we did with this fort was we just hacked down a bunch of trees in a circle. I built this box and sealed all my dwarves in there using a burrow. And then we just tunneled down, spending like 2 hours screaming through that stupid fucking aquifer. And the game moved at a glacial pace while I went down a layer, sealed everything up, went down a layer, sealed everything up. And then eventually dug out this, and then down to here. And then basically all that we've done since then is I've built 3 bedrooms and magma forges. And we have 1 dwarf that's kitted out in military gear, and everybody else is, like, down here. It's also a resurrecting biome. So anything that dies gets resurrected, which is why there's a bunch of undead, rotten serpent people down in this cavern layer. So unless they get mangled, they resurrect. So this, like, partial mangled corpse is, like, just dead. We didn't really build much, but we did dig. It's mostly just stairwells, and then the magma forges. But we're gonna start working up onto the surface like now, because something that I can start doing now that I actually have a military dwarf is I can fend things off. In fact, we're gonna make a second military dwarf. Let's check out you. She's not doing a ton. I'm raising a family. Are you brave? Competition is a crucial driving force in life. She avoids crowds and is given to flight's fancy. To attend only for months with others. Yeah, you'll be fine. Right, cool. So we now have 2 military dwarves. You'll carry your child into battle. That's fine. The turkey head? Yeah, we had like a bunch of undead turkey heads crawling around on the surface for a bit. They're dead now, though. You're always afraid? I somehow managed to miss the third cavern layer. Third cavern layer is in this span of blackness somewhere. This is the first one. Yeah, and this is the first one. This is the second one. Second one is sealed off. The thing that's going to be scary is when Forgotten Beasts start showing up. Because we're going to have to kill them. And then they're going to resurrect. And they will literally come back stronger. Why are you scared of digging in Dwarf Fortress, if I can ask? Digging down is where the fun stuff is. All right, let's hack these down. We're going to start constructing stuff. Chat, how do you guys feel about a partial river-based fort? That's what I think we're going to do. So we just killed them again. Exactly. Well, fortunately, they'll be mangled the second time. Fortunately, they'll be mangled the second time, most likely. Water is fun. Water is more dangerous. Water is more dangerous than lava in Dwarf Fortress. I'm good at the English language. Rivers are great. I'm so happy with this river. Like, oh my god. That's the best part about this whole world, is the size of these rivers. But yeah, we can actually, like, start building the fort now. That, like, I'm at the point where I'm at. Let's do another round of this. Plant gathering. Our new recruit, who's already killed a zombie peregrine, Trisel peregrine. Curious about what you've equipped. The baby can't do anything yet. Well, naturally. A copper shield, and you're carrying tetrahedrite. Why are you hauling tetrahedrite? I mean, okay. A bunch of my dwarves have kills on horsehair. So the short answer is yes, they resurrect. We had to kill horsehair, horse skin, and a horse skeleton when we butchered them, because we were almost out of food. So I butchered my starting livestock, and we had to kill them twice. We had to kill them and then kill all of their pieces, which is, I mean, like, I could slaughter something and show you if you like. Slaughter this yak bull or the llama. Neither of those are super useful. But yeah, I mean, like, there was a wild turkey that got beheaded by something on the surface. That was then a zombie turkey head. And we had a turkey gobbler head and a turkey hen head, as well as zombie turkeys that were headless. So we had 2 zombie turkeys wandering around on the surface and 2 zombie turkey heads wandering around on the surface for a bit. Is it possible the first cavern washed away? No, because I know what the trees look like in the caverns. So the trees look different in each cavern. They're different colors. This is the colors of the first cavern. This is the color of the second cavern. So the third one is probably around here. Because of the stone type changes, it's probably around here. It's unlikely it's in here, because I would have found it by now, doing all of this mining. All right, let's here start deconstructing this. I could just cave it in, but I might accidentally flatten somebody, so that seems like a bad decision. And because this is a haunted biome, you know, we have glumprong spooky trees, which are purple on the surface and are very fun. There's also phantom spider webs everywhere. So, yeah, I'm kind of... Is that the same big-ass river? So we're right here right now. No, it is not. Well, I mean, maybe, actually. I mean, so this is the river that we were on previously, right? These two forts? Mothfall and Hotbeards. This is the one with the big cave-in trap, and this is the one with the water cannons. And it kind of snakes down here and into this forest. So, I mean, I don't know. It might connect. It probably connects. But it kind of looks like it's coming from this lake. Lake of Wilts. This was the fort that we started, and then it died, and then we started it again, and then it died again. Yep, Phantom Silk is quite valuable for clothing. In fact, I could give Cogsack here. Yeah, you already have weaving. Perfect. Let's make a loom. And then, see, might just be going for various things. Also, a lot of these storing items and stockpiles is coming from this. I can't wait to see what the wormy tendrils look like in the premium version. Because I generated it like that. So when I generated the world, I cranked rainfall and erosion up way higher than the game normally has it. So that's the reason why the map is so small and not very deep, is because it eroded away so much before it filled in the oceans. So the result is large canyons, large rivers, lots of rain. Which, you know, which is ironic because it's actually a really dry biome here. So, you know, there's that. But, yeah, it is fun. Although, if you want this save file, is this the one from today? Yes. If you want this save file from before I started any forts today, there's a link to it. So if you want to, like, go play in these huge-ass rivers, there's a link to it. Just grab it and chuck it into your copy of DF and have a good time. And spring has arrived. I think we might be getting into year 3. I've made so little progress, though. I feel kind of bad, because, like Shirley was commenting that I've done so much, and I'm sitting here, I'm like, I'm on year 3, and I haven't made bedrooms yet! Ah! But I have magma forges, so, you know. Like, we all have our priorities, I guess. This is just the problem when you play games like this too much. You're just like, what is wrong with me? But you over there, do that. I haven't spotted any, actually, oddly enough. Like, we're down in the Magma Sea, and I haven't seen any. There is a chance that it doesn't spawn. It's rare, but there is a chance. No, we've had 2 migrant waves. The second one was just tiny. The first one was, like, brought us up to 12, and the second one brought us up to, like, 20, or 16. And then we had 2 babies. So we had 2 really small ones. But we're not that far away from my faction. Like, nearest fort's, like, right there, so we will get migrant waves. We've also got traders. But the reason my migrant waves have been so small is because I haven't actually traded yet, because both times the traders have shown up, I hadn't done any crafting yet. So my focus has been entirely on don't die. And not really worrying so much about anything else. All right, you are going to be taken off of basically every other major task. All I want you to do is metalsmithing. Spiky. Which means I don't need you planting these dumb seeds. Much as I love it. It's not what I... Make a crap ton of mugs. I can make silver goblets, dude. Mugs are such an awful trade. No, it's like possibly the worst thing that you could like trade heavily. Wooden spikes are so much more efficient. Oh, okay, you're gonna go to sleep. No, okay, what are you doing then? Are people using your thing? Ah, I see. You are. We need shrooms for beer. That's what the planter's job is, dude. We only have 18 dwarves. Like. Our beer consumption rates aren't exactly high. Have I actually smelted? Oh, wow. I've actually smelted all of the tetrahedrite. That's impressive. All right. Silver or... Do all of the silver. A single rock makes? The answer will surprise you. Exactly. One of my favorite random DF factoids is to tell people, oh, by the way, when you make a sock, it doesn't make one sock. Holy shit, that's a lot of copper. More beer is always good. I'm tempted to go get a beer just because of that video. I do have that growler. It's got about a pint left in it. Filled it up on Saturday. It's rare I don't finish my growler over the weekend, but I was busy. Problem is beer makes me sleepy. It is funny, yeah. It is funny. I do like the idea of dwarves making souvenir mugs out of like lead though. That is funny to me. Oh, I see what's wrong. Workshop. Yeah. Only farmer's harvest. That's what I want. Holy shit. Blood gnats. Lovely. Speaking of elves. Hello, elves. It's good to see you, lads. What the fuck can I actually sell you? I jokes aside, I could make a bunch of silver goblets. Guess I could sell them like blocks. What do I even, like, aside from metal ore, what do I even have? Like, I could sell them some copper breastplates or something. I got some doors. Clothing. Elves, you might have to come back next year, boys. Oh, I know what I can do. Anybody here know how to cut a gem? Because I need some gems cut. Jeweler's shop. Ow, my neck. You went to a dwarf fortress and all I got was this lousy mug? And, like, eaten by a vampire and bitten by a zombie turkey head. It's a pity that, like, we can't put engravings on, like, objects like mugs, because then you could not really do that, but you could almost do that. Like, you could put, like, an image of a dwarf striking a triumphant pose, holding up a mug or something. Like, it's kind of a shame that we don't have that ability. Maybe one day. One of these years. I guess you could sell them statues that look like that. You could sell them statues of a dwarf raising a mug. Or like a particular artifact mug or something. That could be fun. Not with normal objects. Like goblet. Let's just say silver goblet, 10. You can't set details for goblets. Right? Same with mugs. But statues you can. Statues are the only item that you can do that with decoration details. You can stud them with gems. You could stud them with wood. You could stud them with hanging rings of a thing, but you can't put an image on it. Only artifacts can have images on them. And the player has no agency in what those images are. They're just images. I don't think so. Unless I'm, like, completely wrong. If I'm wrong, please correct me. I'd love to know that I'm wrong. Pretty sure that you can't. Cut gems. Cut wax opals. Or apparently I have blue jades. Cut wax opals. Cut gold opals. Cut I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, I never stud things with wood. It's like gems exclusively. To that smelter. Get to that smelter. They shouldn't be walking halfway across the map to melt items. Yeah, you can do it on clothing, but you can't do it on mugs. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, you can put, like, your faction's image on breastplates and things. Like, because I know that goblins do that. And I think that you can do that in Fortress mode. I know I've never done it. I think you can. I don't know what the hotkey combination is to do that. No, just set your stockpiles to give. Like, literally, that's all you need to do. So you know how you were asking about Phantom Spider Silk? I heart fortune. I bleeding, like, ripped heart out of chest, still beating heart shirts. Which means we can make Phantom Spiders silk hats. Which would be glorious. I don't even think I have a broker right now. No, I don't. You're a master persuader and expert counselor. Well, that's good. Here, you can have the same gig. If I'm playing too fast or if anybody has questions, feel free to yell at me and I can explain things. I'm not actually the best at explaining things. It's kind of like I need to get better at. Literally all we've got. Come on, guys. You can work faster than that. All right, chat. I'll operate within the meme. Mugs it is. Considering we're making more. But dwarves can't butcher goblins, because goblins are intelligent. Dwarves don't butcher intelligent creatures. There is a sneaky raw edit you can do to change that, though. And then you can butcher humans, dwarves, elves, goblins, and all that. But dwarves will not make crafts out of goblin, because dwarves have better standards than you. You have 10 million questions? Give me 5. Preferably related to Dwarf Fortress. And before you ask, yes, I would rather fight one rhino-sized chicken than 100 chicken-sized rhinos. I think I would die, but I'd rather it be over quickly than get crushed. And while we're doing an AMA, I had a sandwich for lunch with, you can tell that I'm running out of groceries and need to go grocery shopping. Avocado, tomato, and tofu, because I need protein in my life. And, yeah. The idea is awesome, it's just too much for you. It's one of those things where if you play it, it makes a lot more sense real quick. It's like watching Dwarf Fortress, and Dwarf Fortress being really fucking confusing is kind of like watching Civilization for the first time, and you're watching somebody play multiplayer, and it's on like the end game, like the last 100 turns of the game. Tech trees are like at the end, and there's this, like it's the biggest sized map, and there's 14 players. You have no idea what's going on. You don't know what any of the icons mean. It's just absolute fucking a mess of symbols and icons, and you're like, ah! But people don't think of it as being difficult because when you start at the beginning, it makes sense. Dwarf Fortress is a lot like that if you just sit down and play it. But the problem is it doesn't hold your hand at all, so it does take effort to do the playing part of it, but it's not that bad. It's just a matter of, like, putting the time in, and it's actually quite a simple game. But I fully understand that perspective, because the first time I installed Dwarf Fortress was, like, 2009 at some point, and played it for a bit, and I was like, wow, this is really dense. And I made it to the point where I sort of generated a world, and I think the game crashed in world gen. I was like, ah, fuck it, I'll come back later. Like 6 months later, I downloaded it again after deleting it, and did the same thing. Generated a world that time, got confused and frustrated in adventure mode, and then got confused and annoyed in fortress mode, and then got absolutely enraptured by legends mode, and then uninstalled it. And then just like rinse and repeat like every 6 months, and then it took me until about 2017 to actually get into the game. We have no trading skill. That's brilliant. What do I trade for? Something simple. I have hiccups, help. Sand pairs, that'll do. Still don't have any broker skill. Brilliant. Well, we'll get there. My moderator, Hobo, Stoned Hobo, just keeps... Oh, hey, we got another migrant wave. Just keeps sending me DMs about this, about the Dragon Force show that he's at. Because I saw the exact same set, like, 4 weeks ago at a concert. And he's just like, oh my god, this bit. Oh my god, this bit. Oh my god, this bit. So every, like, couple... 30 minutes or so, I get a DM from him going like, holy shit, they played a song dedicated to Farming Simulator, because, yeah, they do that. Anyway, this is a dwarf from the previous fort, who's a legendary woodcrafter. You just go to bed. I'll be on tomorrow. Like, go to sleep. Sleep's important. Take care of yourself. Wait, what? Yeah, they ask everybody what their favorite video game is, and then they're like, it's okay, we know what your favorite video game is. You guys all need to admit this. And then they, like, play, like, a country song in the style of Dragon Force. So they, like, pull out a fucking banjo, and their guitarist comes out dressed in, like, overalls with, like, a cowboy hat on, and they shred really fast on a banjo for, like, 2 minutes, and it's amusing. And then everybody laughs, and they play the Skyrim song. They also play a Celine Dion cover because... Also, if you want to see the show that Hobo's at, go to Herman Lee's stream right now, because he is streaming it. Like, that is the show that Hobo's at currently. Although, I think, like, they're just taking it down, so... They're just finishing up, but it's like... I started a fortress, and it died. And then I started a second fortress, and then it died. And then I started this fortress. So I've started 3 fortresses today. Well, one twice, and then this one. But yes, if you would like to watch the VOD, that's what the VOD is there for. I don't lock my VOD behind subs or anything. That the band that side stream shows. It's pretty fucking funny, actually, because, like, Herman Lee will say things like, yo, like, you're representing the whole world for your country because you're being streamed live on Twitch with 4,000 people, or whatever. And then, like, because when I saw them with Ponce, who's a old League of Legends streamer, who used to get confused for Herman Lee all the time because he kind of looks like him. And we're just sitting there, we're at this show, and we just look at each other, can't fucking get away from work no matter where we go. It's like, oh god. Another band that does that is Unleash the Archerers, but they stream their practices. They don't stream their shows. Which is kind of neat. Although they're just like, that band, when you see them, they're just like, hey, join our Discord, and put a giant QR code on the back of the stage. Like, this is the era of metal bands that we live in. The world just keeps getting smaller. Finds her changing her mind, presents herself modestly, and frowns on any flashy accoutrements, is very comfortable with others that are different from herself. Very trusting. Well, I don't need a fucking woodcrafter. That's the problem. Why would I take you off of woodcrafting? Well, I'll leave you on woodcrafting just because you're a legendary at it. We'll give you leather working as well because that's more useful. And we'll give you armor smithing and furnace operating. You're a jeweler. Well, that's actually useful now. You killed a Crundle in Mothfall. Welcome, Dwarf. Unless their QR code leads to baby metal, then F them. I mean, as somebody who really dislikes baby metal for personal reasons, like, they're fine, but they annoy the crap out of me for various reasons. You know. You can handle stress. You dream of creating a great work of art. She's often a complete scatterbrain. Well, you can handle stress, and I need more military dwarves, so get in the military. You're a child. A child does as it pleases. Aw, that's not something you see every day. He dreams of falling in love. Ain't that cute? That's actually one of the rarer dreams for dwarves. He's 3 years old, and he says, I'm doing all right. Got a grating raspy voice. I'm doing all right. He's like Cartman. Which is kind of funny. A grating raspy voice. Hair is black and his skin is dark peach. Nose is slightly hooked. He's literally Cartman. It's an orderly life, no organized, neat, and sometimes cruel. But chat, I think that this dwarf might be Cartman. I haven't watched South Park in like 2 decades. It just gives you DMing ideas. I mean, for whatever it's worth, my older sister plays Dwarf Fortress, and by that I mean she generates a world, exports it, traces it, draws it, and uses it as part of her D&D campaigns. Writes down like names and locations of cities and then makes shit up around it and then populates it with whatever she wants. Like, she uses it as a world building tool. The first time you heard about it? Dwarf Fortress's world building is what makes Dwarf Fortress Dwarf Fortress. And the amount of interconnectivity and interesting, like, ideas, like the uniqueness of Dwarf Fortress is in the world building and its capability to generate stories. Like, the one story that I always like to tell people is there was this one world that I just generated one day, and we just sat around and read legends for a while. And this would have been January 2021 because that was when the last update that came out was. And I like to do this whenever there's a new update because Toady always adds like funny little world gen things. And I found this queen who was a necromancer who became a queen through like scamming people and assassinating people, who became a necromancer after she became queen. She was queen of a human civilization. And every month, she would get married like twice to men and women. She had like dozens of husbands and wives. But every single time she would have like 2 or 3 wives or husbands, she would plot to murder them, assassinate them, and then resurrect them as zombies. So she built an army of dead spouses. She had hundreds of them. It was like on repeat. And then maybe every 2 or 3 years she'd write a book. And it would be about her. And I never actually did anything in that world. I just read that story and was like, that is incredible. Like, and it went on for like 500 years. Like it just kept going. By the end of it, like she'd had like hundreds, if not thousands of spouses. And they were all deceased except for like 2 or 3. It's like, oh my God. Makes you wonder how she kept getting more spouses? I mean, it makes you wonder how some political leaders are in positions of power, you know? All right, you are a child, so I can't actually do anything. You're a mechanic. Such a developed sense of optimism that he always assumes that the best outcome will eventually occur no matter what. Well, it's a good thing you're here, because nothing's good gonna come of being here. That's a wedding anniversary every day? Easily. Oh, yeah. Multiple, probably. Although they're dead, so who cares? I found a kobold market named Duber, which translated to Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole. Yes. And every single place in Dung's Depths, the Naughty Hole, which was a cave, was every single thing in there was named after some format of feces or fecal matter or bodily fluids. I did find a dude named QuakeNet, which was really funny because Quake and Net are both names in Dwarf Fortress. I also found a fortress called Bulbasaur once. It was a dwarf because the word bulbous and the word sore are both words in Dwarf Fortress, and there was a dwarven fortress named Bulbasaur, and I like cracked up laughing when I saw that, which was very, very, very funny. You know, just brilliantly hilarious things like that. Speaking of things that are brilliantly hilarious, how's that video doing? That video doing really well is actually giving me anxiety. Okay, it's slowed down a little bit. See, this is the YouTube algorithm just deciding to not. It's like, it gets like 2,400 views, and then it's just like, bonk. It's like, all right, that's enough. We're done. Yeah, Bulbasaur. But this is like YouTube algorithm being like, yeah, we're giving you lots of views every 10 minutes. It's great. And then just like, that's YouTube deciding to not. Thanks, YouTube, though. I appreciate your nonsense. All right. Perhaps a bit foolhardily, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Often feels discouraged and isn't particularly interested in what others think of him. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. His mind has been discussions. He can handle stress. Perfect. And you have kills. What have you killed? Oh, this was one of my previous combat dwarves. This dwarf killed a being of the mountains in crested castles. Spoilers. An angel. Or demon, most likely. Child of a god. One of the 3. Plus, killed Sethel Ugly Cave, the Insanity of Hogs, the Forgotten Beast. And you are a skilled hammer dwarf. Well, welcome to the military, dude. How about you? You're an adequate fighter. Do you have any weapon skills? You're a wrestler from the looks of things. Calcite, rose, gold, jade. Creating a great work of art. Easily moves to mercy. You know what? I do need a doctor. Give you all the healthcare jobs. A light test. Yes, it was. Okay, so you're now my chief medical dwarf. How about you? Impervious to the effects of stress and Okay, so this is an interesting dwarf. This dwarf is impervious to the effects of stress, all right? But would flee even the most necessary battle in order to avoid any form of physical confrontation. Imagine living that life. You're completely impervious to the effects of all stresses, but you would flee any battle, even the most necessary battle. It's like you are a strong military dwarf and you have an axe and a shield. You're fully geared out, and there is a goblin that's going to pull a lever, and if that goblin pulls the lever, it's going to cave in the whole fortress. I don't know. And this dwarf would be like, ah! And run away, and we'd all die because... But he also squares his tendency with his respect of martial prowess. So maybe he would. Maybe he would, actually. Just run away from it. You know, I did that for years, and it doesn't work. Now I just take THC and deal with it. Finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. What is wrong with you? You're very impolite and inconsiderate of other people's property. I want to put this dwarf into the military just for the lulz. The comedy of it. A fight is not your problem. I agree with that. I like that. Jackrank. That's a good way to live. You're gonna have a beer? Chat, should I go get a beer? I mean, I've been live for 12 hours. We all will? Will we all? I don't know. I don't know if everybody here will. Yeah, you're gonna join the military. I don't care if you'll flee even the most necessary battle. Beat that habit out. Hey, it's Pink Fluffy Llama. Hi, Pink Fluffy Llama. Unbelievably strong. Absolutely inexhaustible. Unbreakable. Has killed a ton of trolls, a ton of goblins, and is a very efficient violence dwarf. Sweet. Join the military. How about you? This is a new dwarf. I haven't seen you before. You're a mason? I need more masons. I just have a mason. You're a miner? Really fulfilled by assisting those in needs, and his dower is a rule and conflicted by this. I think we're going to give you all of the health care because you like assisting those in need. Unib. More masons. Tanner, this is quite the iron wave. Oh boy. Soap maker. Can you have a mason? Sure, just let me finish dealing out jobs. We should all have something. Don't have something unless you're legal drinking age. But have something if you are legally able and, like, not in rehab or something. Can't handle stress. You can join the military. Hey, and a goat. So you wanted a mason, Jack? His upper front teeth is gone. Okay. That's unfortunate. Unib. You dib. You're out of something to have? Sads. Jack and Eric. She is a dubious worshipper of stool, the superior covers. What? The deity of the Crimson Pulley most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with victory, war, and fortresses. I love your optimism, dwarf. She is average in size and her nose is sharply hooked. Her hair is clean-shaven, and her narrow, protruding heliotrope eyes have large irises. She has a broad, prominent chin, and her broad ears have large, hanging lobes. Her nose bridge is slightly convex, and her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. She personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. She sees competition as reasonably important and values romance, doesn't particularly value loyalty, and doesn't really see the point in working hard, dreams of creating a great work of art, is always tense and jittery, and she lacks confidence in her ability and not particularly interested in what others think of her. She is quick to anger and is quite ambitious and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. She doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. She has a sense of duty and she is quite polite. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and has a little interest in joking around, and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She lowers her eyes when she's trying to remember something, and she bites her nails when she gets bored, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Welcome to the fort, Jack, New York. I mean, what's worse, that or Zool? The wolves are still the only zombies on the map. We are so lucky that these wolves went and got stuck in the trees because they are making our lives so much easier right now. All right, I'm gonna let you guys follow this dwarf that is smelting silver ore, and I'm gonna go pour myself a beer. I will be back in a minute. No shit. Anander withdraws from society. So this is growler beer, which means it's been in my fridge for like since Saturday, which means it's kind of flat, a little sad, but it is what it is. I'm drinking this because I this website ever loads. Here. Bringing this. I don't even think they sell it in cans anymore. But it's like just on tap in their brewery. And occasionally in other bars. All right, so Anander has claimed a mason shop. Alrighty, Anander, make us proud. And it's already begun a mysterious construction, excuse me? Literally grabbed one slate boulder. I think that might be the simplest artifact I've had in, I don't even know. All right, so because we know where the cavern layers are, we can actually do like some pretty fun stuff here. Mug? What do you mean mug? Oh, the artifact? I doubt it, because it's a mason shop, not a craft store shop. Mug would be craft store shop. You hope it's a statue? I hope it's just something silly. So now is time for us to start building the actual fortress. I'm hoping for a door or a table. As long as it menaces with spikes. I mean, if so, it'll be very simple. Even if it's menacing with spikes. So, in order to make... Actually, this is going to be ugly if I do it this way. In order to make this fortress look good, because we're kind of building in this area... Soap spikes. God, I need to, like, mod my game to allow soap to be used as part of artifacts, because I think that would be hilarious. It's just like, it is a mighty soap throne or something like that. That would be incredible. So I don't like making logical layouts for my fortress. So I'm going to make a long snaking hallway, and we are going to build off of that. That's going to be my plan. The actual defensive system, I have no idea what we're going to do. I know that we have access to glass, so we're going to need to set it up so that we can't... Well, actually, maybe I'll make this into a new entrance. I don't know. I know that we have access to glass because there is sand up on the surface. So probably what our defenses are going to end up being for this fortress is probably going to be some combination of like glass traps and something else. So that's something that we will work on probably tomorrow. Soap Warhammer is claimed as a family heirloom. Don't ever use it or it will like become the shape of whatever you hit with it. So you better hit something attractive, not something unattractive, because you'll have to look at it forever. Like, Goblin's face is indented in this Warhammer from getting smacked repeatedly. I did make a fortress out of soap once. That was a fun afternoon. It took forever, though. I had to kill so many pigs. I basically just spent all of my spawning points on pigs. I mean, it would be a very slippery shield. Like, there's no way in hell you'd grab it. Imagine getting stabbed with a sword made of soap, though. You'd have a very clean wound. That wasn't even funny. But just because I have beer, I've got beer on the mind. It's my dad's birthday weekend. So on Friday, him and me are going to go to Moody Row, which is part of the British Columbia Ale Trail. And essentially it's a brewery that has, or it's a street that has 6 breweries, a cidery, like a place that just makes cider, and a place that does distilling. So they make gin and vodka, called Rocky Mountain Spirits. And it's a very dangerous street because like all that they have is breweries and dispensaries and really good Korean barbecue. And great food trucks. Soapy justice. Clean justice. Mr. Clean has never been so terrifying. Dangerous in a good way? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a very safe street. Yeah, but like, I've never left that street even remotely sober, which is always a good time. It's got 2 of my favorite breweries on it too. It's got the Bakery Brewing, which literally the only beer you can get there is their like the only beer that they make is the only place you can get it outside of festivals, because they're very small batch and ridiculously expensive. Like a bottle of like a 500 milliliter bottle of their beer is like $18 Canadian, which is like $15 US for 500 milliliters, which is like nothing. But like their tasters are perfectly reasonable. So you go there to spend way too much money on bottles of beer and get tasters. Is it worth the price? Yeah. It's like some of the best beer you'll ever have. Assuming you like weird, artsy, like hipster beer. Like you want beer that's like got more in common with kombucha than beer and is pink. Like, yeah, they'll make that. Beers for the rich? Not really. I mean, if you take a bottle home, then yeah. But like the actual tasters are totally reasonable. Korean barbecue after drinking. What's hilarious is like the Korean barbecue is cheaper than McDonald's. Like it's ludicrously cheap. Like you can get a ridiculous amount of food for like $15. Like you can feed 4 people for $30 there. Because they want you to spend money on drinks at that place. Like it's a drinks trap, but because it's on the same street as the majority of the best breweries. I mean, why would you even bother? Even better, a millstone. All right, well, we'll have to make use of that millstone. I don't know how I'll power it. But Anander, the miner, has created Sosgadum, a slate millstone, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor. Or claims it as an heirloom, not in the name of the family ancestor. My brain is like shutting down because I've been streaming for 12 hours and 14 minutes. For that one. This is a slate millstone. The Abyssal Honesties. Slate millstone. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. This object is adorned with hanging rings of slate. No spikes. Apologies. I do live next to a river, yes, but it's a river that's populated with zombies. It's $28 per person. Should come to Canada. But this is the list of shit that's on Moody Row. Yeah. BC Ale Trails, Port Moody. Yeah, if I had to pick favorite ones, I would say Moody Ales, the bakery, and Twin Sails are probably my favorite. The Dangerous Street. What does Twin Sails have right now? I'm just like looking at breweries now. I'm very easily distracted. I shouldn't stream Dwarf Fortress too much. So we'll have to do something with that millstone. Question is how the I don't really have an easy way of powering it right now that's safe. The thing is, like, I realize I have the upstairs open right now, but the literal second shit starts spawning again, we're gonna have to vamoose the surface again. Even with, like, the influx in population we have. Because, like, how many doors are we up to? 44? Like, what? 1 squad? Kind of not really enough. I think what I could do is I could redirect the river through fortifications and bars and redirect it underneath a structure that we built on the surface. Seal that structure up. Actually, you know what's really weird? These must be like the cap of the number of sentient creatures that can spawn. Because these wolves are stopping birds from spawning. Because it was the birds that were a pain. Just having dozens of, like, peregrine falcons and, like, other giant or other birds spawning here that were just dive bombing us constantly That was like the biggest pain of this fortress early on. But now that we're kind of through that, because it's just the wolves over there. I almost want to go over there and kill the wolves, because that will cause more chaos. Maybe we should just build a bridge across this. Why not? Let's build a. We'll build a drawbridge across this, but I'm gonna just build a bridge across this. I will set it so that we can lift it though. Slate blocks. I have to build it a little bit further than that to build a drawbridge across. We're gonna build across just so I can deal with those wolves, because you know we're on a hunted biome. We need to actually have bad things spawning. They're undead, so no. Undead things don't starve, and undead things that are stuck don't leave. Hit M instead of N. Just a minor problem. I mean, things don't really starve to death in Dwarf Fortress anyways, but that's more of just like a weird eccentricity about how the game works. Yeah, they are undead wolves. Well, they're not wolf parts. They're undead wolves. Not wolf parts. They are just wolves. But let's get this whole thing disassembled first. Yeah, they're stuck in trees and they're undead, which means they're doubly useless. So while a lot of people like to build forts that are just big old squares, we're going to make this a nice fun shape. We're just going to make this big old curvy hallway, and we're going to build things off of this big old curvy hallway. And I'll probably take that kind of square central area that I dug initially and make it more fun. Maybe round it off, make it a giant circle or something. Because I don't like looking at rectangles all day. If I wanted to look at rectangles all day, I'd play Roblox instead of Dwarf Fort. But yeah, I'll have pictures on the Discord this weekend of beer, most likely. Maybe the wolf parts. They might be wolf parts by the time we're done with them, yeah. Speaking of wolf parts, have we actually finished making those hammers? Okay, no, we haven't. Who's smelting silver ore? That's bizarre. Weapons and ammunition, silver, Warhammer, do it now, repeat. We'll just set up a repeating job for that for a bit. I'm not sure why that job didn't go through. Everybody? Not bad for a haunted biome. I mean, it took us a couple false starts, but we're getting there. We'll dig a weird windy pathway through all of this layer, and this will be the layer that we build our fortress with that kind of central crafting room. And then we'll build another alternative exit, which we're going to lead all the way down to the lava layer, which was inspired by a comment from Twitch chat if I was planning magma shenanigans, where I will lead zombies and whatever the hell invades us all the way down to the lava, and we can just build drawbridges and pull a lever and they'll go whoop. Or we can pump lava up above if I can find magma-safe metals. Which won't be very efficient for the, well, actually, I'm trying to think how I could, like, drain it. Yeah, if I find enough materials, well, actually, because we have access to glass, tomorrow we could make glass pipes and glass corks. Yeah, we could make, entirely glass pumps. So we could actually make a, magma-safe pump stack out of glass. And we could use that to either pump it up to the surface, or alternatively, into some sort of trap. So yeah, maybe we could just do that instead. Well, tomorrow we can get a glass industry up and running. We can pump lava to the surface using glass and make a lava pit. How's that sound? Zombies walk into lava pit, we press the go button, and the go button go, and they get lavaed. That'll be fun. We'll do that. I think that's the defense plan for this. We'll do a surface level Burninator. And burninate the villagers and burninate the town and something Trogdor. It'll be great. It'll be fun times for the whole family, especially Trogdor. Not so much the family, mostly Trogdor. I was watching videos of Trogdor on Saturday, I think. I don't know how I ended up on that, but YouTube decided to be weird and it gave me videos of Trogdor, so thus I was singing Trogdor. Whatever happened to them? They put out the last episode, or they put out an episode of Homestar Runner the day Flash went away. They're still making Homestar Runner. Just go look up Homestar Runner on YouTube. They've made webcomics, video games. Like, Homestar Runner is like a machine these days. Like, it's still going. So, I guess to answer your question, they never really stopped. Just like a lot of old content farms, they just kind of, for lack of a better term, people stopped watching? I mean, you want to know what's crazy is the people from Albino Black Sheep are still hosting shit. Like, and like Armor Games and all those websites are still active. And all of those Flash game sites, like Armor Games is like a games publisher now. Like, they're publishing games on Steam, which is wild. Like, you want to know what's crazy about old school Flash? I saw this pop up the other day on Steam and it made me geek out because it gave me all of the childhood feels. But I might spend $10 on this. Armor Games published Crush the Castle on Steam. Yeah. No, not Kingsfield. The game that, you know, predates Angry Birds.
I have to go to bed very soon.
Money.
Have a great rest of the stream.
Thanks for the first bits of the day. Cheers, dude. For the $1. Appreciate you. Legacy Collection. Yeah! That's my childhood right there. I played so much of that stuff when I was little. So much. It was the best. Alright, well, we're going to need to connect these two. We're going to extend this out. But thank you much, Space Pirate, for the $1, and I hope that you have a good night. And also Infinity, how are you doing? Good to see you. Good day, good morning, good afternoon. I don't know what day or time it is for anybody anymore. It's that point in the stream where it's like, all right, I've been live long enough, I've lost my concept of time. This will be enough crafting and storage space for the rest of the fort, I think. You would delay the gratification and wait for the Steam release? Wait for the Steam release, you know? Like, it's... Dwarf Fortress is a fantastic game, but, like, here's the thing. Like, you can interact with Dwarf Fortress without actually playing Dwarf Fortress, and I'm going to quote the creators of Dwarf Fortress, Zach and Tarn Adams, right? People who play Dwarf Fortress are the beta testers of Dwarf Fortress, right? People who download the game, install it, learn the hotkeys, read the wiki, we're the beta testers. The people who read the stories that we create and are told the stories that we create are the people playing Dwarf Fortress. And the reason they say that is because they have a Patreon. Like Zach and Tarn Adams, they have a Patreon. 70% of the people who fund them on Patreon have never played the game. You're playing Dwarf Fortress right now. That looks like a really weird shaped shoe. But that's where we're going to put all of our crafting and storage. Well, I mean, you still are. You know why? Because you're taking part in the community. So, I mean, I understand the feeling, though. A sideways sewing machine? Yeah, kind of, actually. Giving you lots of inspo. Thanks, man. Yeah. I think tile sets, I think a really compelling, well-written Tale of a Fortress, Huntomas, can be a good icebreaker. I think that friend who's really annoying, who's just like, "Yo, nerd, I'm gonna strangle you if you don't install this game and play it," can be a really good source of inspiration too. I think that finding a good guide can be a good source of inspiration and all that stuff. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, have you ever played, like, have you ever actually installed Dwarf Fortress and played it yourself, Pilot? Although, like, you're just here to talk, right? Like, it's like, the thing about this stream is, like, it's like 40% Dwarf Fortress, and then the rest of it is just, like, talking about other things, because, like, as wonderful as Dwarf Fortress is, as a game for streaming, it is really slow. Like, it is a pretty slow-paced experience. Like, it's not the slowest game ever, but it's not exactly high-octane, constant, high-speed, intense action all the time, right? It's kind of a slower game. And I think that because of that, it is harder for some people to get into it, and also it turns this stream into just chatting half the time. Like, a large portion of the time that I spend streaming is me just talking, right? Which I think in about 5 minutes here, we're gonna, not even, I'm gonna let them dig out this chunk, and then we'll pick this fort back up tomorrow in 11 and a half hours, actually. But stream's not totally done yet. We'll play a record, and then we'll call it a night. I think I'm gonna put on, Pilot, do you have a request for a record? Or do you care? If not, I'm just gonna put on Tokyo 2. I don't know, I'm just in a Jet Set Radio mood. Brewing more beer. Once you saw the Vetelinger tile set, you gave it a shot, and now you prefer the ASCII tile sets? I prefer the ASCII tile sets because I actually find them easier to follow, which worries me about the Steam version, actually. Because to me, it's so much easier to discern a T from a D than a turkey from a dog sprite, or a turkey from a duck sprite. Like, I know, like, people who don't play games like this think I'm nuts when I say that it's easier for me to tell the difference between the letter C and the letter D, and then it is between two different pictures. Like, a picture is harder for me to tell at a glance of what the hell a thing is. But Vetelinger's tile set is gorgeous, though. I'm not gonna knock it. You've been listening to a lot of Ghost. Really? All right. So you know how I said earlier that the YouTube algorithm just decided to not? This is the YouTube algorithm just deciding to not. It gives me like 900 views, 2,400, 1,600, and then in the last 30 minutes, 120. YouTube. Never change. A fucking weird-ass platform. Steam tile set's the holy grail, but you can still install your own preferred tile set. Oddly enough, like I'll play the Steam version and the Steam tile set probably for like 6 months, and then I will go back to some format or variation of ASCII. That is my plan. It's like, all right, you had your fun. Yeah, next one. I mean, that video will still do fine, right? But like, it's still getting a lot more views than my videos normally do, even now. But it's just funny that it's like, brr, whoop, zip. It's all or nothing. There's a few screenshots of somebody who uses Krug Smash's tile set with text will be text, and it looks amazing. I don't use text will be text because I don't have DFhack installed, and it does make the game crash sometimes. But Krug Smash's tile sets with text will be text turned on, which is what gives you the multi-Z level view, is mwah, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, so this is going to kind of be the design aesthetic for this whole fortress. Just looking at this, you can kind of get an idea of what we're going to do. We're probably going to carve out the vast majority of this Z level tomorrow, and build like a big sweeping pattern and make it look super cool. Make it loop back around on itself a whole bunch. Maybe go down one layer and then back up in places. Like probably what I'm going to do with that little walkway at the end there that's just kind of nothing right now is loop all the way back up and around, make it more circular, and then hit right around here, this area, and then go down one layer and then pop back up over here. That's probably what we'll do. And then we'll put bedrooms down here and fill this layer up with crafting, a huge temple, a massive library, and we'll hide in the safety of our haunted nightmare and fight anything to the death that shows up to fight us. I warn people against text will be text anyway. Like, whenever people are like, I am having repeated crashes, it's like, are you using text will be text? Is like the first thing I ask people. Which, you know. So usually the answer is yeah. But, chat room, we've streamed about 11 hours of Dwarf Fortress today. And I think that this is a good spot to leave it off. The stream's not ending. We're going to hang out for another 40 minutes to an hour or so. But that's us for dwarfs. So, I just got to say, if you want more dwarves, show up here in 11 and a half hours, because that's when I will be turning the stream back on with more dwarves. Thursday is the last day of streams for my week, and then we'll be back next week, Tuesday. If you're tuning out, which I hope you're not, but if you are, there's a link to the Patreon, which is what pays my bills alongside of Twitch stuff. And there's the YouTube channel, which probably you already know about already. Like I said, we're going to keep going for another 40 minutes to an hour or so. But